suit with the red stripes, and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot, on the left-hand side of your screen in the unmarked suit, are preparing to exit the Quest airlock coming up at about an hour and a half. Again, that exit, or the beginning of that spacewalk, is expected to take place around 7:35 a.m. Central Time, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. Now here in Mission Control, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently coming on console to take over from the Orbit 1 team. And the Orbit 2 team is going to be led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins. You can see there on the bottom portion of your screen, he is taking over from the Orbit 1 flight director, who was Adi Boulos. And that Orbit 1 team did assist the spacewalkers today as they completed their pre-breathe protocol. But the Orbit 2 team will be responsible for executing today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk is the third of this month and the sixth out of the International Space Station this year. The primary goal for today is to finish replacing the space-to-ground antenna, or the SCANT, on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work began on August 18th, just last week, when NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot had gone outside and conducted a 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk to remove the failed antenna and secure it on the space station's truss structure. However, the crew needed a bit more time than expected to disconnect electrical cables and loosen bolts, which delayed the installation of the replacement antenna. So today, the spacewalkers will go ahead and retrieve that new unit and complete the installation. If time allows, they'll also attempt a get-ahead task to replace a retroreflector on the forward port of the space station's Harmony module, which will improve navigation data for visiting spacecraft. The space-to-ground antenna is a dish-shaped unit and one of two that sit side by side on the Z1 truss. Last November, SCANT number 2 began experiencing periodic pointing issues during auto-track operations, which means it wasn't properly gimbaling or orienting itself to communicate with NASA's Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. As a result, the flight control team switched operations to SCANT number 1, which continues to provide the high-rate video, voice, and telemetry for flight controllers here in Houston and at control centers around the world. There on your screen, you're seeing, again, a live look in that Quest airlock. You can now see NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on your screen in between Sophie and Anil. And Jack is providing assistance from inside the space station for today's spacewalk, along with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. Again, teams are continuing to prepare for an approximately 6.5-hour spacewalk today. That spacewalk scheduled to begin around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. The teams are a little bit ahead of schedule. However, they are expected to pause an upcoming MEDOX, or medical oxygen canister changeout, to stay on track with the planned timeline. The crew recently completed their pre-breathe protocol, and this protocol purges nitrogen from the bloodstream to prevent decompression sickness, also known as the bends, which is a condition that scuba divers can also experience if they ascend too quickly. There are 2 phases to that pre-breathe protocol that the astronauts perform before any spacewalk, and that first phase is performed using a mask pre-breathe with 100% oxygen. And then most recently, they completed what is known as in-suit light exercise. During that portion of the pre-breathe, they move their arms and legs to speed up their metabolic rate, which helps purge excess nitrogens. The in-suit light exercise was completed about 15 minutes ago, around 5:50 a.m. Central, 6:50 a.m. Eastern Time. And then again, coming up, they will be completing the MEDOX, or medical oxygen canister replacements. And these MEDOX canisters, along with LiO, or lithium hydroxide, are part of the life support system of the extravehicular activity mobility unit, or EEI.UU, which is the white spacesuit that is worn by the astronauts when they go on a spacewalk.
And airlock for go in 6, step 16.
And Jack, stand by. We're still checking on the HEC cameras, and we'd like to get that resolved before we move on to step 16.
No worries. We'll sit tight.
And Airlock Houston, we can give you the go in step 8 for the EMU cameras, and then once that is complete, you are go to pick up in step 16, 16.
We'll go for step 8 to shut off the HECAs, and then once we're complete with that, we're into step 16.
Good copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who's again there in the center of your screen, currently on board the International Space Station, as he assists NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot, through some preparation ahead of today's spacewalk. They are referencing a HECA, which is the HD EMU, or Extravehicular Mobility Unit Camera Assembly. And those are attached to the spacesuits that you see the crew wearing there, and provide some of those point of view cameras throughout the spacewalk.
Your 2.120, we have serial number 1033 to put into EV1. Looking for your go.
We copy 1033, and that's a good number.
Copy, go for EV1.
And those communications with NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway taking place with the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control. Currently, the Orbit 1 Capcom is still communicating with the crew on board the International Space Station, and that is Kathy Bolt serving in that position. Once the shift handover between Orbit 1 and 2 is complete, the Capcom for the Orbit 2 shift will be Steven Zenter, and he will be the one providing communication with the crew on board the International Space Station. However, there will also be a ground IV, and that will be the individual responsible for communicating with the spacewalkers outside of the International Space Station. And the ground IV for today is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, so she will be coming on console here shortly as well. Now, today's spacewalk is the 283rd spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is also the 6th spacewalk to be conducted outside of the International Space Station this year, and the 3rd for Expedition 75. NASA astronaut Anil Menon will be wearing the suit with the red stripes, and he is EV number 1. And this is his 3rd spacewalk, following 2 spacewalks earlier this month on August 6th and 18th, previously logging 12 hours and 50 minutes outside of the International Space Station. Sophie Adenot, who is an ESA astronaut, will be wearing the unmarked suit, serving as EV number 2. This is her 2nd spacewalk after her first, taking place last week on August 18th, which totaled 6 hours and 23 minutes of spacewalking time outside of the International Space Station. And again, inside the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and Jessica Meir will be supporting Menon and Adenot throughout today's operations. Hathaway will also be prime for some of the robotics operations with the Canada arm, and Meir will be backing him up. On board the International Space Station is, of course, the Expedition 75 crew. So in addition to Jessica, Jack, Sophie, and Anil, we have Roscosmos cosmonauts Andrei Fedyaev and Pyotr Dubrov, as well as Anna Kikina. Mission Control Houston for the Orbit 2 team, which will be executing today's spacewalk, is, of course, led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins, and then Sandy Fletcher is serving as the lead spacewalk officer for today. Speaking with the crew, again, you will hear the Capcom, or capsule communicator, Steven Zenter for Orbit 2, and then once the spacewalk begins, you will hear that voice of NASA astronaut Anne McClain serving as the ground IV, and she is responsible for guiding the spacewalkers through their procedures today, while the Capcom will continue speaking with the rest of the space station crew. The spacewalk officially begins when the astronauts switch their suits to internal battery power. Again, the spacewalk time is currently targeted to begin at around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. This is Mission Control Houston. Again, the teams on board the International Space Station, as well as the flight controllers here on the ground, are working in tandem in preparation for today's upcoming spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 98. That spacewalk currently targeted to begin around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. The spacewalkers for today are NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot. And the spacesuits that you see Menon and Adenot wearing are known as the EEI, or Extravehicular Mobility Unit. This suit is an independent system that provides environmental protection, mobility, life support, and communications for crew members to perform a spacewalk. The EMU consists of the suit assembly as well as the life support system. The spacesuit assembly is the suit itself that encloses the crew member, and the life support system is attached to the back of the suit to provide oxygen for breathing and suit pressurization, water for cooling, carbon dioxide scrubbing, battery power, and radio, as well as a caution and warning system to monitor the suit's status. These spacesuits are fitted on the ground and then adjusted in orbit to account for spinal elongation and fluid shifts. Engineers take about 80 measurements to tailor each suit, assembling it from roughly 16 major elements, including multiple sizes for torsos, elbow and knee joints, adjustable waists, and dozens of glove sizes. On their forearms, there's typically procedure cards, which are references for the steps they'll perform throughout a spacewalk.
But the MEDOX canister for EV2 is 1034.
And Houston copies. We saw that in the view. That's a good number.
And airlock, step 11, we're pausing the in-suit pre-read clock, GMT 1114.
Copy, 1114.
This is Mission Control Houston. You are hearing some communication there between NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, currently on board the International Space Station, there in the center of your screen. He's speaking with the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here on the ground, who currently for the Orbit 1 shift is Kathy Bolt. Again, the Orbit 1 and 2 teams are currently completing a shift handover, and the Orbit 2 team coming on console will be responsible for executing today's spacewalk. You did hear NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway referencing some MEDOX canisters. He was providing some serial numbers and updates related to the canister changeouts. And those MEDOX canisters are medical oxygen canisters, along with the LiO, or lithium hydroxide canisters, are part of the life support system of the EMU, or the Extravehicular Mobility Unit, which again are those white spacesuits that are worn by the astronauts for a spacewalk. On the right-hand side of your screen, there you can see EV1 with the red stripes. Again, that is NASA astronaut Anil Menon for today's spacewalk. And on the left-hand side of your screen is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot, serving as EV2. Also there in the Quest airlock toward the back portion, you can also see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is providing support alongside Jack inside of the airlock, inside the International Space Station today.
Houston airlock, step 18, expended MEDOX canisters, serial number 0020 and serial number 0022.
We copy 0020 and 0022.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're hearing those communications between NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on board the International Space Station and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control. Currently Kathy Bolt, but that will soon be taken over by Steven Zinter. Again, he's referencing some MEDOX canisters, which are the medical oxygen canisters. There are two different types of containment control cartridges used in the extravehicular mobility unit, or EMU, which again is those white spacesuits that the crew wears to go outside of the International Space Station on a spacewalk. And they're a means to contain trace contaminants and carbon dioxide from the EMU atmosphere. Again, the EMU, or extravehicular mobility unit, contains the suit assembly as well as the life support system. So those canisters are part of that life support system, providing carbon dioxide scrubbing. And then the spacesuit is basically a self-contained spaceship, so it provides...
21, in-suit pre-breathe clock resume, GMT 1118.
Okay, we copy pre-breathe clock resumed at 1118.
So the suit provides oxygen for breathing and suit pressurization, water for cooling, carbon dioxide scrubbing, battery power, and more. And the spacesuit operates at a pressure of 4.3 psi, or pounds per square inch, which compared to 14.7 psi inside the space station. And that pressure difference is why the pre-breathe protocol is necessary. Again, you were hearing NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway communicate about some of that pre-breathe to the teams here on the ground, specifically regarding some times for that pre-breathe protocol and the clocks that they're monitoring. The pre-breathe protocol has two different portions to it. The first portion, the astronauts perform a masked pre-breathe with 100% oxygen, and then they complete what is known as in-suit light exercise, which was completed a little bit ago. And during that in-suit light exercise, the spacewalkers move their arms and legs to speed up their metabolic rate, which helps purge excess nitrogen. Due to the pressure differences in the suits and the station, the pre-breathe protocol is necessary in order to purge nitrogen from the bloodstream to prevent decompression sickness. Again, that is also known as the bends, which is a condition that scuba divers can also experience.
Houston, airlock 2, good manual leak checks, and we're proceeding into step 17 to get them off the ETAs into the crew lock.
Okay, we copy all, and we'll go with that plan. And just letting you know, I'll be handing over to O2 Capcom shortly, and wish you guys the best of luck for the rest of the day.
Okay, we really appreciate your help.
This is Mission Control Houston as teams continue to prepare for today's upcoming spacewalk. Again, that is U.S. Spacewalk 98. You heard a few different call-outs there. Again, those call-downs coming from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway as he prepares NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot, who you can see there on your screen, for their upcoming spacewalk. They were referencing moving into the crew lock. So right now they are in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, and then they will begin moving into the crew lock portion right beyond that hatch that you can see there in the center of your screen. From there, they will conduct final communications checks as well as final suit system checks before they switch their suits on to internal battery power. Now, before they began that movement into the crew lock, they did complete some initial suit leak checks and confirmed that everything was looking good for both of these spacesuits that the spacewalkers are wearing for today. As they make their way into the crew lock, both of the crew members will don or put on the safer unit, and there you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir carrying one of those units over to NASA astronaut Anil Menon with the red stripes there on your screen. The SAFER stands for the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. It is sort of like a jetpack that is attached to the back of the spacesuits. And while the crew members each have 2 tethers attaching them to the space station at all times, the SAFER serves as a backup mechanism should they get detached. So as they move into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, each of the crew members will have these SAFER mechanisms attached to the back of the spacesuits. Once both of the crew members are moved into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock will be closed. And again, they will then complete some final communication checks as well as final suit system checks. And then depressurization of the crew lock portion will also begin to bring the airlock down to vacuum to match that of the rest of space. The crew lock begins at 14.7 psi, or pounds per square inch, of course matching the rest of the International Space Station, and is similar to what we experience here on Earth. During the initial depressurization, the crew lock will go down to about 5 psi. There will be a brief pause to allow flight controllers to check out systems and for the crew members to complete some final suit leak checks. The depressurization process will then continue all the way down to vacuum, and once the crew lock depressurization is complete, the spacewalkers will be able to open the outer thermal hatch and then the hatch on the crew lock section prior to placing their suits on internal battery power. Again, when they turn their suits on to battery power, it will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. The entire crew lock depressurization process takes about 30 minutes to complete. And as a reminder, today's spacewalk is currently expected to last about 6.5 hours, beginning around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time.
That's because of how that battery seats.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you can see a live look inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock on board the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and Jessica Meir are currently attaching the SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, onto NASA astronaut Anil Menon's spacesuit that he will be wearing outside of the International Space Station. And of course, he has the red stripes there on his legs, indicating that he is EV1. He will shortly be moved into that crew lock portion, and then the same process will be followed for ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot. We are currently in a brief but expected loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal here momentarily, and this happens when there is a transition between the TDRS, or Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours, and it's the 3rd of this month.
One new TCD setting of 5.
Copy, setting of 5.
And today's spacewalk is the 3rd of this month, and the 6th out of the International Space Station this year. Again, the primary goal for today's spacewalk is to finish replacing the space-to-ground antenna, or the SGANT, on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work initially began last week on August 18th, when Anil and Sophie conducted a 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk to remove the failed antenna and secure it on the station's truss structure. However, the crew needed a little bit more time than expected to disconnect some electrical cables and loosen bolts, which delayed the installation of the replacement antenna. So today, the spacewalkers will go ahead and retrieve the new unit and complete that installation. Once both NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot are moved into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock on board the International Space Station, the hatch between the crew and equipment lock will be closed, and they will begin that depressurization process. That entire process takes about 30 minutes to complete. The spacewalk will officially begin when the suits are switched to battery power. Again, that spacewalk start time is currently targeted for around 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern. Once they complete that depressurization, the spacewalkers will then open the outer thermal hatch and then the hatch on the crew lock section. NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1 with the red stripes, will exit first, and then he will be followed by ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who's serving as EV2 today with the unmarked suit. They will then go ahead and set up their tools and tethers, turn on their helmet cameras, and begin to set up the SSRMS, which is the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, basically the Canadarm2 robotic arm. And then they will make their way to External Stowage Platform 3, or ESP3, to retrieve the spare SGANT, which stands for the Space-to-Ground Antenna. Additionally, when they first exit the Quest airlock, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot will perform what are called buddy checks, basically examining each other's suits and tethers to make sure that everything is in order before they move away from the airlock. After that is complete, NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1, will go ahead and retrieve the foot restraint from an external pallet, and he will set up the Space Station Remote Manipulator System, again, that robotic arm that he will be strapped into for the duration of today's spacewalk. So he will strap his feet into a portable foot restraint, or a PFR, at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm, and then he will be maneuvered to various work sites, carrying the spare antenna from its current location on the External Stowage Platform 3, which is on the Port 3 truss of the space station. It will be moved to the work site at the Z1 truss to be installed and then subsequently activated by ground controllers here in Mission Control. The robotic arm will be primarily operated today by NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, and he will be assisted by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir from inside the International Space Station. And while NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1, rides the arm to the spare antenna work site and begins releasing some bolts, EV2, who is Sophie Adenot, will be assisting from the truss structure. Anil will remove the spare antenna, and the arm will then move to the installation location at the Z1 truss. And at that point, EV2, which is Sophie Adenot, will then translate back along the truss. So they will be making their way to ESP3, which is on the port 3 truss of the space station, remove the spare ESCANT, which again is the only spare that is left on board the International Space Station. They maneuver it to its installation location on the Z1 truss to complete the replacement of the faulty space-to-ground antenna that was removed last week. Once it's installed, there will be some system checkouts by the ground control team here in Mission Control Houston, and it will restore the full redundancy to the space-to-ground communications system of the International Space Station. Once the installation of that spare is complete, the next task is to retrieve the failed ESCAN. Again, that failed ESCAN or space-to-ground antenna was removed last week and temporarily stowed. So it will be the job of ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot to go ahead and retrieve that failed antenna from its temporary stowage location, and then she will pass it along to EV1, who is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and they will also clean up the work site while dropping off the tool bag at the airlock and heading outbound for the next task. To stow the ESCAN, again the failed one, they will be installing a couple of bolts. And then after that is complete, EV1 Anil Menon will return to the arm ingress location. Again, that is where he would have got into the portable foot restraint of the SSRMS, which is the Canadarm2 robotic arm. And while Anil is doing that, Sophie will then translate back to the airlock to prepare for ingress. Again, this is expected to be a 6-hour and 30-minute spacewalk to complete both the spare ESCANT retrieval and installation, as well as retrieving the failed ESCANT and stowing it into its permanent stowage location. If time allows, the crew will also attempt a get-ahead task to replace a retroreflector on the forward port of the Harmony module to improve navigation data for visiting spacecraft. And the space-to-ground antenna is a dish-shaped unit and one of two that sit side by side on the Z1 truss. Last November, ESCANT-2 began experiencing periodic pointing issues during auto-track operations, meaning it wasn't properly gimbaling or orienting itself to communicate using NASA's Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. And as a result, the flight control team switched operations to ESCANT number 1, which continues to provide that high-rate video, voice, and telemetry for flight controllers here in Houston and at other control centers around the world. For a little bit of history, the very first space-to-ground antenna that was installed on the International Space Station's Z1 truss was carried into orbit on the STS-92 mission in October of 2000 and installed by astronauts Leroy Chow and Bill MacArthur. And the spare ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, that is being installed today to replace the degraded antenna was delivered on the STS-127 mission back in July of 2009 and installed by astronauts Dave Wolf and Tom Marshburn. The faulty antenna that's being replaced and that was temporarily stowed last week was initially installed on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010 by astronauts Garrett Reisman and Steve Bowen. The replacement antenna for today has been parked on ESP3, again, external stowage platform.
Space to ground 1. Earlier, we copied a partial call regarding the safer on Anil's suit. We're looking for clarification on if you had to reseat the battery on the safer or just fix the MLI.
Yeah, we were just reseating some MLI, so it was in a more comfortable position. Nothing wrong with safer at all. Everything is nominal.
Copy, thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard a call down from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen. He was speaking with the CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control Houston, who for the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers now on console is Steven Zinter. They were referencing a SAFER, and that stands for Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. And both of the crew members going out on today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, have those SAFER units attached to their EMUs, or the white spacesuits that they are currently wearing. And it basically serves as a jetpack-like device should they become untethered from the space station. However, both crew members always have a 2-point tether attached to the International Space Station, so that is very unlikely to happen. There in the center of your screen, you can see both NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway as well as NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. They're currently assisting ESA, or European Space Agency, astronaut Sophie Adenot into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. NASA astronaut Anil Menon was moved into there first as EV1, and now Sophie is joining him. Once they are fully situated into the crew lock portion, the hatch in between the crew lock and equipment lock of the Quest airlock, which you can see that hatchway there on your screen that Jessica Meir is currently touching, will be closed, and they will begin the depressurization process down to vacuum of that crew lock portion. This is Mission Control Houston, live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. Currently, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is on console, being led by NASA Flight Director Chris Dobbins. And the Orbit 2 team is responsible for executing today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk is U.S. Spacewalk 98. Serving as EV1 is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and serving as EV2 is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot. Both of the crew members are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. They're at the latter half of your screen, and there you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she begins to close the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. Once that hatch is closed, they will begin the depressurization process. That entire depressurization process takes about 30 minutes to complete. Currently, the crew lock and the equipment lock, as well as the rest of the International Space Station, are sitting at a pressure of about 14.7 psi, or pounds per square inch, which is similar to the pressure that we experience here on Earth. However, the EMUs, or the white spacesuits that the crew members wear to go out on a spacewalk, are at a pressure of about 4.3 psi. And then the crew lock will be depressed down to vacuum to match that of space. Once the depressurization process is complete, the crew members going out on today's spacewalk, again, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, will switch their spacesuits onto battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours.
Airlock steps 76 and 77 are complete. You guys are go for 78.
Copy and work.
And you just heard a call down there from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. He's communicating with the CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control, who for the Orbit 2 shift is Steven Zenter. The CAPCOM serves as the single voice link between the teams here on the ground and the crew on board the International Space Station. Throughout today's spacewalk, the CAPCOM will continue to communicate with the crew inside the International Space Station, but there will also be a ground IV who will be communicating with the crew going on today's spacewalk, and the ground IV for today is currently coming on console, and that will be NASA astronaut Ann McLean. And you hear them reference several different numbers throughout today's preparation, and those are all referenced to various procedure numbers that the crew, as well as the teams here on Mission Control, are following in preparation for today's spacewalk.
Repeat pressure. 3.4 and 3.4.
Airlock Houston on 1. You are now hot mic on Space Ground 1.
Copies, and we're just taking a quick look at switch configuration on EV2.
I see IV.
Yeah, Houston, we're just want to double check. We're seeing suit pressure on EV2 of 3.4. We were kind of expecting 4.2, but in IV that kind of makes sense that it slowly breathes down, and so that reading of 3.4 is good.
That's a good value for us, Jack. We expect it will increase. This is part of the MEDEX changeout results.
Okay, cool. That all makes sense to us. We just want to do a quick double check. And I think I lost the bubble on where we are. You guys are still working through 80 and 81, is that right?
That's correct. We'll give you a call when we're done. But EV crew is hot mic on Space Ground 1, if you didn't copy that.
Okay, copy. We're standing by as you guys work through the steps, and EV1 and EV2 are hot mic on the big loops.
Copy. Two copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. You were hearing some communication there between NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who you can currently see in the center of your screen. He was speaking with the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, who currently is Steven Zinter. They were referencing some pressure readings on the EV-2 spacesuit. EV-2 today is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot. The EEI, or the Extravehicular Mobility Unit, which is the white spacesuit that the crews wear outside the International Space Station.
We are ready for you to pick up in step 81 and subs.
All right, we're going to work our way starting at 81.
Again, they were referencing some suit pressures, and those spacesuits typically operate at a pressure of around.
A couple cleanup steps for EV2 as we are, before we get into the cue card. You're not touching anything, but look on the UIA and check that the depressed pump power switch is in the off OFF.
Depressed pump power switch is off OFF.
You're going to verify the depressed pump enable LED is on ON.
Enable LED on ON.
Houston Airlock looking for your go in 84 to start the crew lock depress cue card.
Your go in step 84.
Go in 84. All right, Anil and Sophie, I am on the crew lock depress cue card, step 1. So on the UIA, if you'll take that depress pump power switch to the on ON position.
Depress pump power switch to on ON, done.
All right, we're going to count 10 seconds as it spins up. EV2, you can reach out and take the depress pump manual isolation valve to the open position, and you'll get an alert tone.
EV2 depress pump man ISO valve to open now.
All right, for both 1 and 2, monitor your suit P gauge is less than 5.5, and if it gets up there, let us know.
1 copy. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. As teams continue to work through procedures for today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 98. The spacewalkers for today, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and that depressurization process of the crew lock is currently underway. The crew lock pressure is now at about 12.4 psi, or pounds per square inch, and it began at a pressure of about 14.7 psi. It has to be depressed down to vacuum to match that of space, and then once that is complete, they will be able to open the thermal hatch and the hatch of the crew lock to exit the International Space Station to begin today's spacewalk. During this depressurization process, they will initially take the crew lock down to a pressure of about 5 psi, or pounds per square inch, and at that point they will go ahead and pause the depressurization process to complete some final suit leak checks and system checks before finishing the depressurization process.
Decreasing our way through 10 psi on our way down to 5.
1, 2.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You just heard a call out from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. You can see there in the center of your screen, confirming that the pressure of the crew log is now at about 10 psi or pounds per square inch as it continues the depressurization process down to vacuum. Again, they will pause at about 5 psi for some final leak and system checks before resuming and going all the way down to vacuum. Following that call out from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, you did hear a brief communication with the spacewalkers for today. Again, today's spacewalk is being performed by NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1 in a suit with red stripes, and EV2 today is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot. Once the depressurization process is complete, again, that entire depressurization process takes about 30 minutes to complete. The spacewalkers will then go ahead and switch their suits to internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk is scheduled to begin at around 7:35 a.m. Central Time, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time, and is expected to last about 6.5 hours. Once they switch to internal battery power and that depressurization process is complete, the crew members will then go ahead and open the outer thermal hatch and then the hatch on the crew lock section. First out of the International Space Station today will be EV1, who again is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and he will be followed shortly thereafter by EV2, who is ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot. Once they exit the International Space Station, they will go ahead and set up their tools and tethers. Again, they have 2 tethers that attach them to the International Space Station at a given time. They will also turn on their helmet cameras, or their HECAs, and they will begin setup for today's spacewalk. They will also complete what are known as buddy checks, which is where both Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot will basically be examining each other's suits and tethers to make sure that everything is in order before they begin to move away from the airlock. This is Mission Control Houston. Again, we're continuing to provide coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 98. The crew members for today's spacewalk are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock on board the International Space Station as the depressurization process for that crew lock continues. The pressure inside the crew lock is currently at about 6.5 psi.
6.5 psi. You get alert tone at 6 on our way down to 5.0.
1, 2.
And you just heard that confirmation there from NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway that we had passed that 6.5 psi or pounds per square inch inside the crew lock as it continues its depressurization down to about 5 psi. Once the crew lock reaches that 5 psi point, the depressurization process will pause momentarily to complete some final suit and system checks before resuming it down to vacuum. Throughout that depressurization process, you do hear periodic call-outs by the crew, and this is as they are following the procedures for that depressurization process. Various call-outs are required during the monitoring process, and you do hear confirmation coming from the spacewalkers inside the crew lock as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway provides those call-outs for them.
We are approaching 5.0 psi EV2. If you'd reach out and take the depress pump manual isolation valve to the closed position, then expect an alert tone.
Press pump and ISO valve is closed.
All right, copy closed. For both EV1 and EV2 on your DCMs, take the display switch to status until you see leak check question mark. Long yes to start it, and then follow the displayed instructions. Let me know when you guys are done.
Started.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You just heard the call out there that the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock on the International Space Station is now at 5 psi or pounds per square inch. The depressurization process of that crew lock has now been paused to complete some final suit leak checks and system checks before the depressurization process will resume. And we will hear...
Leak check complete. Go to the EVA. In work.
Copy EV1, leak check complete.
And we just heard confirmation that the first suit leak check is complete and they are
Heading O2 to EVA in work.
Copy EV2 leak check is complete, and let me know when both of you are in O2 actuator to EVA.
Okay.
And we just heard confirmation there that we do have 2 good suit leak checks. So they will complete some final system checks here on the ground.
Both EV1 and EV2 are O2 actuator to EVA. All right, Sophie, take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open. Expect an alert tone.
In work. pump man iso valve to open.
The open. I'm taking the emergency MPEP out here to open to help you guys. All right, both of you monitor your SUP gauge. If it gets up to 5.5, let us know.
1.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Following those suit leak checks and system checks at 5 psi, or pounds per square inch, inside the crew lock, that depressurization process has now resumed. Again, this depressurization will take the crew lock down to vacuum to match that of space. And at that point, the suits will be switched to battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours as the crew works to complete the installation of a replacement space-to-ground, or SCANT, antenna. This is Mission Control Houston as the crew lock depressurization process continues ahead of today's spacewalk. That crew lock is now just under 3 psi, or pounds per square inch. Once it reaches about 2 psi, the crew will go ahead and complete some additional procedures related to the manual isolation valve, and they will also report initial tether configurations ahead of egress. And then the final depressurization will take place, bringing the crew lock all the way down to vacuum.
We're passing 2.0 psi, EV2. You can reach out and take the depress pump manual isolation valve to the closed position.
Depress pump man iso valve is closed.
Copy closed, and on the UIA, you can take the depress pump power switch to the off OFF position.
Depress pump power switch is off OFF.
Copy OFF, and as always, it's a pleasure getting you guys to close the vacuum, and we will pass it off to Ann and the team down in Houston for the rest of your adventure today.
Thank you, Jack and Jessica, and hello, Ann.
Good morning, Anil and Sophie. It's game day. Let's do it. We'll take your initial tether config.
All right, I'll start off with EV1. Starting on the left, I've got a left keyring extender that's attached to a small hook on my waist tether, close lock, black on black. Large hook is unlocked on that same D-ring extender. And moving over to the right, I have a D-ring extender.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which you can see a live look inside that room there on your screen. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers being led by NASA Flight Director Chris Dobbins are on console.
Red reel, close lock, black on black. And then that anchor hook is on my MWF. On my red reel, I also have EV2's anchor hook, close lock, black on black. I'm going to hand it over to Sophie to go through her tether config.
Okay, thank you, Anil. I'll start with my right side, right D-ring extender. I have waist tether, which is also gate closed locked black on black, and the other hand is on my mini workstation. On this right D-ring extender, I also have the red hook, gate closed locked black on black. Going to the red reel, which is unlocked. On this red reel, I have the green hook, gate closed locked black on black. Red reel also leads to the yellow hook, gate closed locked black on black, which is on the green reel. This green reel is locked confirmed, and I see the anchor hook that is going to EV1's red, and I see it's gate closed locked black on black. On my left side, I have a steering extender with the small hook gate closed locked black on black going to the airlock waist tether, and I see both large hook of the waist tether gate closed locked black and black, and the airlock waist tether small hook is gate closed locked black on black on the airlock D-ring extender that gives a good load path to station.
All right, that is mostly a good config, and unfortunately we had a handover in Hill right as you started talking. So if you wouldn't mind giving us your tether config again. We got everything after the green hook on the red reel, but we're looking for your the status of your red hook and your yellow hook on the green reel, and your right waist tether.
Copy that. Right waist tether is on the right D-ring extender, small hook, close lock, black on black, and the large hook's on my MWF. And the red reel was unlocked. The yellow hook was on the green reel, close lock, black on black. Green hook was on the red reel, close lock, black on black. Green reel was unlocked, and then the anchor hook was on my MWF.
And Anil, we just need the status of your small red hook, please.
Red hook, close lock, black on black on my D-ring right side.
Okay, Neil, we appreciate the extra work there, and those are good tether configs. And for both of you, we're just above 1 PSI. We're expecting about 11 more minutes in the depress.
Two copies.
Two copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard NASA astronaut Anne McClain, who is serving as the ground IV, working through the initial tether configurations for EV1 and EV2. Again, for today's spacewalk, EV1 is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and EV2 is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot. They reported those initial tether configurations ahead of egress, or exiting the Quest airlock of the International Space Station. That egress will come once the crew lock depressurization process is fully complete. There's about 10 minutes remaining in that depressurization process. The crew lock is just above about 1 psi, or pound per square inch. Again, it has to go all the way down to vacuum before that egress process can begin. Throughout today's spacewalk, you will hear NASA astronaut Anne McClain, serving as the ground IV, speaking with the spacewalkers and walking them through the procedures for today. And then also there is a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, who is Steven Zenter, and he will still be responsible for communicating with the crew members still inside the International Space Station. This is Mission Control Houston. You're currently seeing a live look inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, and there at the bottom portion of your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. Jessica, alongside NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, are providing support for today's spacewalk from inside the International Space Station. Before the crew members for today's spacewalk, again, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot were moved into the crew lock portion just beyond that hatchway you see there on your screen. Jessica and Jack assisted them with donning their suits, and as well as walking them through their pre-breathe procedures and various other preparation steps for today's spacewalk. Right now, the crew lock is continuing to be depressurized down to vacuum. It is currently sitting at about 0.75 psi, or pounds per square inch. Once it is all the way down to vacuum, the crew will then turn their suits on battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk is the 283rd spacewalk, and it is the third spacewalk for this month and the sixth out of the International Space Station this year. The spacewalk today is expected to last about 6.5 hours, and the primary goal for today is to finish replacing the space-to-ground antenna, or SGANT, on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. This work initially began last week on August 18th, when Anil and Sophie first ventured out of the space station for a 6-hour and 23-minute spacewalk, and they were able to remove the failed antenna and secured it on the station's truss structure. However, they needed a bit more time to disconnect electrical cables and loosen bolts, which delayed the installation of the replacement antenna. So today, Anil and Sophie will go ahead and retrieve that new unit to complete the installation process. Once the crew lock depressurization process is complete, the spacewalkers will go ahead and open the outer thermal hatch and the hatch on the crew lock section and place their suits on internal battery power. They've been working through the depressurization process for about the last 25 minutes or so. The entire process takes about 30 minutes to complete. Again, the crew lock section is continuing to be depressurized down to vacuum. It's currently at about 0.65 psi or pounds per square inch. The pressure of the suits that the crew members wear for their spacewalk, or the extravehicular mobility units, which are those white spacesuits, sit at a pressure of about 4.3 psi, and the internal pressure of the International Space Station itself has a pressure of about 14.7 psi, which matches that of about what we experience here on Earth. Once they begin the process of egressing or exiting the International Space Station, first out of the hatch will be EV-1, which is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and he will be followed by EV-2, who is ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot. Anil, serving as EV-1, has the suit with the red stripes, and Sophie, serving as EV-2, is wearing an unmarked suit. Once they exit the airlock, they will complete some initial checks of each other, which are called buddy checks, where they examine each other's suits and tethers to make sure that everything is in order and looking good before they begin moving away from the airlock and working into their procedures for today.
Anil and Sophie, we are estimate about 2 minutes left.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard NASA astronaut Ann McClain, who is serving as the ground IV here in Mission Control for today's spacewalk, speaking with NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who are currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station as they continue the depressurization process down to vacuum. They reported that there's about 2 minutes remaining in that depressurization process. The crew lock right now is sitting at a pressure of about 0.5 psi. For today's spacewalk, again, the crew members will be installing a replacement S-GANT, or space-to-ground antenna, on the International Space Station's Z1 truss. Last November, ESCANT number 2 began experiencing periodic pointing issues during auto track operations, basically meaning it wasn't properly gimbaling or orienting itself to communicate with NASA's Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. And as a result, the flight control team switched operations to ESCANT number 1, which continues to provide high-rate video, voice, and telemetry for controllers here in Houston and around the world. But following today's ESCANT installation, the redundancy for that space-to-ground antenna system will be restored. For a little bit of history, the very first space-to-ground antenna that was installed on the International Space Station C1 truss was carried into orbit on STS-92 in October of 2000. And the spare ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, that is being installed today to replace the degraded antenna was delivered on the STS-127 mission in July of 2009. The faulty antenna that was removed and temporarily stowed outside the International Space Station last week.
Okay, EV1 and Neil, step 13. You can verify the EV hatch gauge is less than 0.6.
Hatch gauge less than 0.6.
Copy. You are going to open the EV hatch and stow it.
One copy, go. In work. Hatch is open and stowed.
Copy. And for airlock, you can take the emergency MPEV to closed.
Emergency MPEV is closed.
Copy, thanks. Okay, staggering switch throws, EV1 and 2. You can switch power to BAT and expect warning tone.
Okay, one will go first. Power BAT.
2 in work. Power BAT.
Copy for 1 and 2. You can now switch your display to Pro to verify functional display.
One has a functional display.
2 functional display.
Copy. Sophie, on the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2 to off OFF and check all 4 LEDs off OFF.
To switch power EV1 OFF, all LED off, and switch power EV2 OFF, and all 4 LEDs off. Expected H2O is OFF on my DCM.
Okay, we copy, and that is an expected message. For both crew, you can remove your SCU from your DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouch with pouch Velcro closed.
One copy in work.
2 copies in work.
This is Mission Control Houston with NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot having placed their suits on battery power. Today's spacewalk has officially begun, that taking place at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, today's spacewalk is the 283rd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Unstowed.
Stowed.
Copy. Sophie, you can check that the depressed pump man ISIL valve is closed.
Depressed pump my ISIL valve is closed.
Copy for both crew. Take your temperature control valve to max hot, lowest numbers.
One's max hot.
2 max hot.
Copy. You can both switch water to on, O-N, water on.
One, water on.
2 water on, O-N.
Check that your DCM is blank and your byte off.
One, blank, byte off.
2 blank, byte off.
Copy. You can each set your temperature control valve as desired. And as you do so, just a reminder to report all TCV changes and best practice not to do large changes over 2.
One, set, 6, TCV.
2 TCV 5.
Okay, we copy both, and you can report your suit P gauge. We're about to have a handover, so you can set your visors as required, and I'll get your suit P on the flip side.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently in a brief but expected handover between tracking and data relay satellite system. We do expect to regain that communication with the International Space Station and the crew for today's spacewalk here shortly. You are continuing to hear some communication from the ground IV, which is Anne McLean.
I see that your EMU TV is on, the one that's up high that we don't use. You can press that button if you reach it.
And Houston is back with you. If each crew can report suit P gauge.
One is at 4.3.
2 4.4.
Copy. 4.3 and 4.4. You can set visors as required. It'll be nighttime as we go. We see good suit parameters for both of you, so we do not need step 14, and we'll take care of 15 on the ground, and that takes us to egress. So Anil, you are go to open the hatch thermal cover. You'll unhook the strap from the magnetic plate D-ring, move the hook to the tether point, cinch the strap, and report Sharpie lines.
Thermal covers in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're hearing communication from the ground IV here in Mission Control, who today is NASA astronaut Anne McLean. There on the upper portion of your screen.
Thermal cover is attached to itself on the D-ring, and it's got 6 Sharpie lines.
Copy. 6 Sharpie lines. Anil, you are go to egress the airlock. Let's take the office outside.
Sounds great, Anne. One's egressing.
All right, and as you go out, your first step is going to be to attach your anchor hook on the forward airlock D-ring.
Work.
And Sophie, as you get a little more room in the airlock, your first step is going to be to transfer the medium ORU bag if you'd like to prepare that.
In work.
Okay, EV1, safety tether is closed, locked, black on black, forward, airlock D-ring.
Copy. You can take EV2's anchor hook to the aft D-ring.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're now seeing a view outside of the International Space Station. EV1, who today is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, has opened the thermal cover and is making his way outside of the International Space Station. And he is attaching his anchor hook. And then following that attachment, EV2 will follow.
Black on black to the aft D-ring. We both have good load paths. The EV2 to disconnect their waist tether when desired.
Copy. I'll wait until I'm outside.
Good words, Anil. You can now retrieve the ORU bag from Sophie and stow it on the airlock toolbox. And Sophie, just please report to us.
You're ready.
And just report to us if you're going to keep the large small ret on the bag or in the airlock.
The large small bag will be placed on the airlock, but it's going to be Anil releasing it as soon as he has his own ret on it.
Okay, I see the ORU bag.
Okay. Bring it towards you.
Got a hand on it. I'm searching for the handle. Okay, got the handle.
Copy, you've got the handle. It's still ready on the airlock.
Okay, I've confirmed a good ret on my MWF, and I'm going to release the airlock ret.
Okay, I am ready.
Released.
See it.
All right, nicely done. And Anil, as you go to stow that ORU bag on the airlock toolbox, Sophie, you can prepare crew lock bag 1.
And what?
This is Mission Control Houston. There you're seeing a live view of NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is now outside of the International Space Station, and following him soon after will be ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot. Anil today is serving as EV1, and Sophie is serving as EV2. You can also see a tool bag that is floating out there that they're getting strapped and ready for today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk officially began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time, when the suits were switched to internal battery power. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours.
Got one large hook on the top handrail of the toolbox. I'm going to put a second large hook on the bottom handrail.
Okay.
Okay, two hooks are down. Get my ret and come back to you.
Copy.
And Sophie, you can hand out crew lock bag number 1. That's number 1 to Anil. Anil, you'll stow that on your BRT and report the status of the large small ret.
Two copies.
One copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a live look at NASA astronaut Anil Menon, currently outside the International Space Station as he continues to prepare some tools and bags for today's spacewalk, and then he will be joined outside of the Quest airlock here shortly by ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot.
I'm pushing it towards you.
Here, see it. Stand by 1 sec. I'm going to just get the rat ready.
Yes.
And you can see that it is currently nighttime outside the International Space Station. So the space station does see 16 sunrises and sunsets per day. So the spacewalkers will be working in alternating light and darkness throughout today's spacewalk.
Okay. Got a hand on it. Pulling it towards me.
Copy. Houston, Sophie, TCV 3.
Copy TCV 3 for Sophie.
Okay, Sophie, I'm confirming a good ret to my VRT, so I'm releasing the ret EU.
Copy.
Are you ready?
And by 1. I am ready.
Okay. That's coming.
I've got it.
Give me 30 seconds to put this on my VRT.
Take your time.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard NASA astronaut Anil Menon reference a BRT, that is the body restraint tether. Each crew member is tethered to 2 parts at any given time. They also have a unit known as a SAFER, or Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue.
And you are good, go.
Copy, go.
Okay, and Anil will have you kind of go to the aft side, and Sophie for the forward side, so you can lead that translation.
And I was planning on rotating towards the starboard side. Did you want me to go aft or starboard okay? Forward, starboard.
Yes, that's fine. We like your plan.
Coming out.
I see you coming out.
Okay, firm.
Good, so. I can see your plus hitting the hatch. So
Yeah, I'm working it.
okay. Let me know if you want. More vertical will do the trick.
Yeah, in work, rotation in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. EV2, which today is ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, is now making her way outside of the Quest airlock, and you can see
And clean.
Copy. You?
Good to see you guys out there. And when you're ready, you can turn on your HECAs.
One HECA on.
this is Mission Control Houston. Both NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot are now outside of the International Space Station.
16, close the thermal cover.
By one, I'm just relocating my left waist there.
You heard them referencing a HECA, that stands for the HD EMU camera assembly, basically the cameras that are attached to their spacesuits that you will see point of view camera views during today's spacewalk.
Okay, good. All right, so you're clear, so we can close the thermal cover, correct?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to kick it your way.
And I'm pushing it.
Nice.
Nice.
Thermal cover closed, Dan.
Copy, thermal cover closed. You can position for buddy checks. And just one note for Sophie, we believe we saw your left safer handle up slightly, so if you could double check that one. And for both of you, we'll need HECAs, MWS tabs, safer handles, and then clear tethers and tools.
Copy. And analyzing both of your safer handles up, slightly up as well.
Okay. Just will take a moment and do a confirmation. We're still, I can see your right down.
Okay, my left is down as well now.
Give me a second to...
Sure.
This is Mission Control Houston with NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot now outside the International Space Station. They are currently performing a buddy check.
Okay, well, why don't I start with the buddy check here. I can see one green light. You can see 3 tabs are up. And can you rotate to your left so I can get a good look at your right? Okay, that right favors down. Can you rotate the other way? Double check. I can see it, and it is down. Taking a good look at your tethers, will you give us your hat?
The hat is dry.
I think I know your tethers are in a good config.
Double checking. Are in good config. All right, let me do the buddy checks for you. I see 3 tabs up. I see 2 safer handle down. Can you move slightly your PGT just so that I'm sure about the right one?
Didn't work?
And that's, no, there's 1 centimeter. You can push it down a tiny bit more.
Is it parallax? I'm putting a lot of pressure on it.
Okay, that's down.
Okay.
Okay, I see 1 good green light. I see your 2 helmet lights for the light. And your tethers look good. I see the acrylic bag, which looks good as well.
I like that. I'm going to move to the forward starboard side to clear some room for you.
Copy.
And Anil will take a baseline hat from you as well.
Hat's dry.
Okay, we see good buddy checks on both of you. So at this time, you are go to start translating. Sophie, you are going to lead the translation, and you're going to the port Cedar-Kurt. Anil, you're heading to S1 for the APFR setup.
And leading the translation.
And as you do this translation, just keeping an eye on the tethers to make sure that they go where you want them to go.
Copy.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. We did just hear confirmation that NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot have completed their buddy checks. During those buddy checks, each of the crew members examined the other one's suits and tethers to make sure that everything was in order before they began moving away from the airlock. They also reported on their baseline HAP status, and the HAP is the helmet absorption pad inside of their EMU, or the extravehicular mobility unit. They're now moving into the next portion of today's spacewalk procedures. And during this part, NASA astronaut Anil Menon will make his way to the APFR, which is the adjustable portable foot restraint, which will be attached to the space station's robotic manipulator system, which is the candidate to arm to robotic arm. Also inside the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway is preparing for his portion of today's activities. He is prime for the robotic operations from inside the International Space Station. So once the robotic arm is set up and NASA astronaut Neil Menon has safely entered his feet into the foot restraint, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway from inside the space station will begin maneuvering that robotic arm.
And a reminder to both of you as you approach Phase 1 to avoid inadvertent contact with the deployed TUS cable, zenith and nadir of the cedar rails.
Copy, mindful of test cable.
Copy.
How about the cedar spur? Cedar rail.
Copy, nicely done. And you're heading to the port CETA cart, and you'll be looking to position yourself to get the APFR. That'll be in width 3, which will be the top left when you get to the CETA cart. Anil, you know where you're going well. You're heading toward what'll be mile marker 6870, 6870.
6870.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you can see both ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot as well as NASA astronaut Anil Menon. Sophie is wearing the unmarked suit, serving as EV2 for today's spacewalk there on the left-hand side of your screen. And Anil is wearing the suit with the red stripes. He is on the right-hand side of your screen currently. Both of the crew members are currently translating on the International Space Station's truss structure. Sophie is currently translating to what is known as a port CETA cart. CETA stands for Crew and Equipment Translation Aid. They are working to retrieve the APFR, which stands for the Adjustable Portable Foot Restraint.
I'd like to let you know we've got great camera views of you. Families are watching. Mission Control is very happy to see you both out there.
Thanks, Ann. Good to know. Please give them a big hug from us. Have someone do it.
Where's cedar cart?
Copy. You'll be retrieving the APFR from the port CETA cart with 3.
Copy.
And you did just hear ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot call down and say that she had reached that port CETA cart. Again, that is the Crew and Equipment Translation Aid outside of the International Space Station, which is where the...
At the NTA, so I'm ready for handoff to Jessica at M1.
Copy. And Sophie, you have your steps at the port CETA cart, so we'll give Anil the COM, and Anil, you can give the M1 go to GCA to the publish APFR install ingress position.
Copy.
Need any more comms, Sophie, or are you okay if I take it over?
Take it over. I'm good, thanks.
Okay, and for MCC, I can see a small sticker. It looks like a mile marker sticker that's headed nadir, twirling at about quarter meter per second.
We copy the sticker heading nadir.
And Jessica, how copy?
I've got you loud and clear, Anil. Are you ready for the GCA to the published APFR install position?
Ready for GCR.
Good work.
And I know you've got good clearances, Jessica, but I've also got good clearances, and I'll keep you abreast.
All right, we copy, Anil. You'll be helping with clearances. We're starting motion station aft in 3, 2, 1.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently about 29 minutes into today's spacewalk. That spacewalk beginning at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time, when the cruise suits were switched to internal battery power. You're currently hearing NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is serving as EV1 for today's spacewalk, and you can see him there on the left-hand side of your screen in the suit with the red stripes.
60 centimeters to go. Centimeters remaining.
NASA astronaut Anil Menon is currently speaking with.
We're ramping out. We are at the published position. Will that work for you?
It worked last time, so I call GCA complete.
Okay, stand by for break.
Anil is currently speaking with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir.
Okay, Sophie, we see you working the APFR. You can just bring that toward Anil when it's ready. And Anil, I'm ready to work your tether swap. Once you have your waist tether down, let me know and I'll read you steps.
My waist tether is down.
Copy. You can lock your green hook on your red reel.
Okay, green hook is locked on my red reel.
You can retrieve the yellow hook from the green reel and stow it on the SSRMS Lee tether point, checking gates and hooks.
Okay, I'm in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're now seeing the helmet camera, which is the HECA, on NASA astronaut Anil Menon's spacesuit. We will see these views throughout today's spacewalk. They're providing some point-of-view visuals for each of today's spacewalkers. NASA astronaut Anil Menon is currently working alongside ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot as they prepare the SSRMS, which is the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, which is also known as the Canadarm2 robotic arm. They will be working to install the adjustable portable foot restraint to that robotic arm. NASA astronaut Anil Menon is also currently working on some tether swaps, moving over to that space station robotic arm.
I'm on my way for you, Anil.
Great. Okay, the Yellow hook is closed lock black on black on the lee handrail.
Copy. Check that your red reel is unlocked.
Red reel is unlocked.
Copy. You can lock your green reel.
Green reel is locked.
And you can retrieve your green hook and stow it on the vertical NTA handrail. Then unlock the green reel.
Okay. North.
And Sophie, as Anil does that, if you want to look at the APFR, I can give you settings to confirm that we'll be using to install.
Copy.
All right, green hook is on the NTA handrail and the green reel is unlocked.
Copy, Anil. We are good with that tether path, so you guys can work together to install the APFR onto the arm. And you're looking for 12 Papa Papa Fox 6. That's 12 Papa Papa Fox 6.
Confirm Papa Papa Fox 6 confirmed. So we are good, and I confirm pitch knob is can be depressed.
Okay, I'm
Copy,
in a good
pitch knob,
spot
thanks.
then, Sophie. If you can send it my way, once I have control of it.
Is sending it your way.
Okay, I have control.
Yes.
Put on your ret if you can.
Yes.
Just going to position it. Almost there.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 36 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Black color, black on black. Good pull, good twist test. And I'm going to release this ret to you, okay?
Okay, and I am ready.
And then, Dale, I think you said it, but I might have missed it. Confirm the clocking of 12.
Clocking of 12.
Okay, that's a good config on the APFR. We copy your pull twist and your black on black. And so, Anil, you can get in position to ingress the APFR when you're ready.
Okay, I'm moving to an ingress position.
We copy. And Sophie, if you want to wait and just make sure Anil's in a good position prior to starting your translation, you may.
Copy. Observing.
And so you know you guys are working incredibly efficiently right now. So we're just over half the time that we've allotted for the arm setup, and you're just about done. So really nice work this morning.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Saving that for the boom.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 38 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
We're going to have you hold right there until Anil is at the back off position so that we can get an extra set of eyes and make sure we're all in a good config.
Copy, observing and sending by.
The crew outside of the International Space Station for today's spacewalk are NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen in the suit with the red stripes. He is joined by ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who has the unmarked suit as EV2. They recently completed the installation of the APFR into the SSRMS, which is the articulating portable foot restraint onto the space station's robotic arm. NASA astronaut Anil Menon is now working to ingress or attach his feet to that foot restraint on the robotic arm, and once that step is complete, then ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot will begin translation or movement to ESP-3, which is the external stowage platform 3 on the space station's truss.
You're doing great, Anil.
Thank you, Phil. I believe my tether is in front of my leg where I want it.
Yeah, in front of your left leg.
Okay. Can you confirm my heels?
The left one is not in. Need to go inboard, yeah.
Yeah, that feels good to me.
No, the left one is not in.
It isn't, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you're there. The left one is in. Let me just change body position to confirm the right one. Yes, the right one is in as well. So you're in great spot right now.
Nice to have you here. Okay, Ann, I am in. So, ready for CA and next step.
Copy, and Anil will take a baseline glove inspection and a HAP check, please.
Cap dry. Gloves are nominal.
Copy, and again, Soph will hold you there. Anil, you can give M1 go to GCA to the published APFR back-off position.
All right, I'm setting my TCB to 4. And to M1, you are go to GCA to published back-off position.
All right, we copy. Brakes are off. We're getting set up.
And we copied EV1, TCP 4.
Neil, we're starting motion station forward in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion, good motion.
Confirm.
Copy, continuing. Over 3 meters to go.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. There on your screen, you can currently see live view outside of the International Space Station as NASA astronaut Anil Menon is currently attached to the space station's robotic arm. That robotic arm being maneuvered by the crew still inside the International Space Station. A moment ago, you did hear the voice of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is at the robotic station inside the space station assisting with today's operation alongside NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. Prior to the movement of the robotic arm, NASA astronaut Anil Menon strapped his feet into an articulating portable foot restraint.
Good to go.
Once you're at the back-off
Oh, looks
position.
good. Sorry.
to back off position and nil. We'll get set up for the JoeCast immediate.
Okay.
Okay,
Stand by.
with that, Sophie, as they get reconfigured, you are go to start your translation toward ESP3. Reminder as a warning to avoid contact with grapple fixtures. That's on the that's zenith of the FSE. So at this time, you can translate starboard under the MT, and you'll be dropping your green hook on handrail 3217, which is just on the outboard edge of the starboard CETA cart.
Copy 3217.
Good number. And I think that the CETA card will block the mile markers, but if not, it's mile marker 5760.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now just over 43 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Anil Menon, serving as EV1 in the suit with the red stripes on the upper center portion of your screen, is currently in the articulating portable foot restraint attached to the robotic arm on the space station. And ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, there in the upper left corner of your screen, is translating on the International Space Station's truss structure over to ESP3, which is External Stowage Platform 3 on the Port 3 truss of the space station. Once they are at that location, they will then retrieve the spare SCANT, or space-to-ground antenna. We're currently...
See motion, good motion.
This is Mission Control Houston. You can currently see a live look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on console, being led by Flight Director Chris Dobbins for today's spacewalk.
Back with you after a handover.
Got you.
Starboard CETA cart.
Copy starboard CETA cart. Congratulations on your first MT translation.
Thank you, Anne. 2217 in sight and in work for the Greenland.
Copy, Sophie. And as you put your green hook down, you can start to give a recon to your translation path. The diagonal beam that we've talked about is probably down there to your lower left. And again, if that doesn't look tenable, then you can always translate outboard more first.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, there on your screen, you're seeing a live view of the outside of the International Space Station. And there in the upper portion of your screen, you can see the space station's robotic arm, which attached to the end of that robotic arm and an articulating portable foot restraint is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who today is serving as EV1. Anil and EV2, which today is ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, are currently making their way over to External Stowage Platform 3, or ESP3, on the Port 3 truss of the space station to retrieve the spare space-to-ground antenna, or SCANT.
Copy green hook on 3217. Nicely done. So you can continue your translation starboard And you can use that diagonal I-beam if you'd like, or let us know if you choose to go starboard first.
Okay. I'm going to choose metrical diagonal compared to the one that we've reached. There are far less cables, and my body position as well as feathers will be much better.
Okay, out to intermediate, Anil.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. You can currently see a view from the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot as she continues her translation along the truss structure of the International Space Station over to the external stowage platform 3.
Intermediate position, we're getting set up for the next maneuver.
And you also just heard some.
And Sophie, if you're going to take the 90-degree path, you're looking for mile marker 5490, and you should see an I-beam headed straight down toward Earth that has WIF 19 on it. That's mile marker 5490.
5490 inside. So I'm not going to take this one. I'm going to take the opposite diagonal.
Copies at the opposite diagonal, and if you head out that direction, there's also would be a handrail path just inboard of the Sarge that can take you down nadir also.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a view from ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot's helmet camera as she continues to translate to the external stowage platform 3, where she will meet NASA astronaut Anil Menon to be able to retrieve the spare space-to-ground antenna, which will be installed later today on the Z1 truss as part of today's spacewalk objectives. As Sophie is making her way over to that stowage platform, periodically you can see a mirror on her left arm, and those mirrors on their spacesuits are often used to view suit controls and labels as they complete these spacewalks.
And Sophie, as you get out there, just outboard of ESP3, below handrail, or correction, mile marker 5250 is where you'll find some handrails that you can take nadir also.
I'm in a good position right now and heading to E045 for the Foreman lead.
Copy, we see you. Nicely done. Great work on that translation. You'll be heading now aft on the inboard side of ESP3 to our ESCANT FSE. And reminder about that grapple fixture, just to not come in contact with it, which will be just above your work site.
Okay.
Anil, we're ready to take you to the ESP3 position. We're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
See motion, good motion.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're just over 52 minutes into today's spacewalk, which officially began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. There on your screen, you can continue to see a live view of the external portion of the International Space Station, with NASA astronaut Anil Menon currently attached to the end of that space station robotic arm, which is currently maneuvering to its next location over on the external stowage platform 3, where Sophie and Anil...
corner that we've talked about, it looks like you're working it. If you need any words, let us know. If you need to do a rich man's fair lead to keep that tether a little more secure, you can. I know they don't loop around handrails as well as they do in the NBL.
Yeah, so I changed the rail for the foreman lead because the 3041 is not an appropriate one. I used one on the starboard side of ESP3. And I'm still in work. I'll show all the process.
Good job improvising.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you can see a side-by-side view of both of the spacewalkers' helmet cameras. So there on the left-hand side of your screen is the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who today is serving as EV1. He is currently attached to the space station's robotic arm and with his feet attached to the articulating portable foot restraint as he makes his way over to ESP3, which is external stowage platform number 3, where both Anil and Sophie will be retrieving the spare S-Scant or space-to-ground antenna for installation later today on today's spacewalk. On the right-hand side of your screen there, you can see the helmet camera for Sophie Adenot, who again is a European Space Agency astronaut who is serving as EV2 for today's spacewalk.
Nice job working that corner. You'll see 8305 is off to your right, and that should lead you straight up to the FSE.
And again, you are going to continue to hear some communication between both of the spacewalkers as well as the team on the ground and the crew on board the International Space Station. So here on the ground IV will be the main person communicating.
It's quite an adventure.
Well, you're making it sound fun. You've got a lot of smiles down here when you get out there.
All right. I'm on the FSE.
It's a beautiful sight.
Beautiful sight.
And when you're ready to pause there, Sophie, you want to get in a good position where you can see Anil coming in and help us with clearances. And also when you've stopped, we'll take a glove and a hap check, please.
Okay.
I've got good.
So we're ramping out?
Happy ramping out.
This is Mission Control Houston. ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot has made her way over to external stowage platform at number 3, or ESP3. And she was communicating with the ground IV, who for today's spacewalk is NASA astronaut Anne McLean here in Mission Control Houston.
I have a good view on Anil on the weather antenna on the grapple fixture. The 2 grapple fixtures, so I'm in a very good condition to get clearances.
I've also got good clearances, and I'm tracking my crew lock bag and the antenna as well.
Okay, and a reminder, Sophie, you can help us out with the clearances to the WEDA with Anil and also to those 2 different grapple fixtures, the one that'll be past his head and then the one that'll be on his left side.
Good clearance view.
I think I've got really good clearance to the one past my head, and I've got my ratchet wrench out.
Copy, you read my mind. So with that, and we have got a good heck of you, so Anil, you can give the M1 go to GCA to the published ESP3 bolt access position.
Okay, Jessica, your go to the published bolt access position.
Okay, we copy, Anil. This is going to bring you body left, and I can see your crew lock bag just off to the left of your helmet there. Assume you've got eyes on that.
Got eyes on it, Jessica. Thank you.
And you might have to lean forward. This is the, if you're going purely body left, you will have to lean forward. So let's observe.
A lot of range forward.
Okay, Anil, we're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
And lean forward.
Okay.
Clearances. Continue leaning forward. That's good. Body position.
You watch my left shoulder, and I'll keep good distance from the new dish.
The first thing is the bottom of your spacer, but it's good right now. So keep leaning. That's great.
Okay. If you want me to go more forward, use the words more forward.
Copy. You're good. The next closest thing is going to be close to your head.
I see it.
Observe, yes, the dish.
Clear of the dish, Jessica. I've got a good foot clearance from the dish. And good body motion.
You can lean back. It's okay. You're clear of the wet antenna.
Okay.
And
give Jessica some space in case she needs to call the ramp out.
Sure.
Copy. We're getting relatively close.
Take your ingress aid. Lean back your ingress aid.
Call. Ramp out, 3, 2, 1.
Ramped out, and that is almost at the exact published position. You hold here. Let us know if you need additional GCA.
I think the published position was perfect.
Okay. Can I jump in?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you ready for brakes?
Complete. GCA complete, ready for brakes.
Bringing brakes on. Brakes are on. Your go for FSC bolt removal.
Okay. Sophie has some words.
Yes.
Go ahead.
But the closest obstacles are the dish itself. You can see it closest to your hand. I'll observe your ingress aid so that it doesn't go out. And the second closest one is right above your helmet. You have about 20 centimeters to the top of the grapple fixture. So I'll observe those two. Do not extend your body upwards.
Okay, I will not pitch. I will not pitch back. I will not pitch towards my back.
Yeah, and so if you had to make one error in terms of body position, keep your knees bended. That's going to be better. I mean, it's okay, but don't extend your knees. Okay.
Okay, good word, Sophie.
Thank you.
And Anil, you've verified reach the FSC bolts, so you can now ret to the S-Gant T-handle. And Sophie will take that glove and hap check, please.
Copy, inward.
And I am redded to the S-Gant T-handle. Confirm good lock.
Copy, you can open the bolt MLI flaps.
Nominal, hot dry.
Copy, thank you, Sophie.
Open. Port open.
Okay, just as a caution, confirm that there's no platform motion before each brake torque attempt. So for Sophie, you're just going to be assisting and helping with those clearances. Anil, you can use the ratchet wrench to brake torque on the FSC bolts. Reminder that we're going to kind of go back and forth. So we're going to brake a half. We're going to go the other bolt and brake one turn, and then we're going to go back. So your first release is going to be exactly a half a turn on FSC bolt 2, which is the one that is closest to the FSC on the starboard side. Half turn on bolt number 2.
Half turn, bolt 2, starting now. Starboard bolt.
Yeah, that's concurred. That's the first one.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now 1 hour and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk. Both NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot have made their way over to ESP3, which is External Stowage Platform 3, where the spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna is stored.
Your helmet is very close to the thing. If you're done with the torque bracing, that's good, but then you're really very, very close to the FHIC. To the grapple fixture, sorry.
Thank you. Half turn, Albert bolt, felt a significant decrease in running torque with that half turn.
Copy, good words. We're happy with that. You're going to release bolt number 1, exactly 1 turn. Bolt number 1, which is the port bolt, the other one.
The bolt, 1 turn. Sophie, I'm going to get into position to turn it. You tell me if I'll ask you for your feedback. You tell me if I'm in a good position.
For this bolt, it's okay. We're in good position.
There on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot as she looks on at NASA astronaut Anil Menon as he works to break the torque using a ratchet wrench on the FSE bolts, which stands for Flight Support Equipment. There's 2 different FSE bolts that are holding the spare space-to-ground antenna in place. So he is currently working to release the second of those FSE bolts.
On turn, bolt 1, port bolt, significant decrease in running torque after the first half turn.
Okay, copy, good words. So you can stow the ratchet wrench in the crew lock bag and retrieve your PGT. And Sophie, as he's doing this, reminder that when he releases, we're going to have you in a position to stabilize the S-scan. We don't mind if you go on the zenith or nadir side, but we're thinking maybe the nadir side to get to a T-handle, but your call on which side is easier to get out to.
Yep, I'm getting ready to go to the nadir side. The only down thing that I see about this is that I won't be able to observe the grapple fixture, which is the first obstacle. If you want to give some margin, because with the arm movements, there is some, it's very close. So we'd need some body down of the arm.
I think I have good intuitive awareness now, so I'll just keep this same distance from the bolts. Your call on what you guys saw on the Hecka, and
Anil, we concur. Thank you.
PGT is out and CAL 41 volts.
I'm in good body position for stabilizing the S-GAN antenna.
Okay, Neil, your settings are Bravo 7 counter 2, Bravo 7 counter 2.
Bravo 7 counter 2 set.
You'll be releasing S-GAN number 2, bolt number 2, the closest to the FSC. Expect 27 to 35 turns to fully release.
Bolt 2, closest to the FSC, starboard bolt. Expecting 27 to 35.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you can see the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Anil Menon while he is using the PGT, which is the pistol grip tool. This tool is used to bolt and unbolt various items on the external portion of the International Space Station and will be referenced throughout today's spacewalk. While he completes the release of this FSE, or Flight Support Equipment Bolt number 2, using that pistol grip tool, ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot is currently stabilizing the space-to-ground antenna while the final bolt is released.
5. 30. 33. 'I think the bolt's released. I'm just checking. Okay, bolt releases to a hard stop, correct?
NA firm, yeah, we don't expect it to pop out. It's just to the hard stop. So we agree with you that that one is released. For Sophie, you'll be stabilizing the S-cant while Anil releases the final bolt. For Anil, this is a good time to check because you'll have, before your translation, or correction, your arm maneuvers. So if you need to adjust your TCV, visors, heaters, making sure your ingress 8 is tucked in. And we'll take a glove and a half check.
Okay, in work, Ann.
I'm stable and with one hand on the T handle and one hand on the FSC, good position to stabilize the antenna. The one thing I cannot offer right now is clearances for Anil, the weather antenna. So I will have to reposition once Anil has good control.
Copy and good words. Thank you, Sophie.
And will I be in night for a period of this holding when I make it back to the boom?
You have about 30 minutes, just under 30 minutes to a night pass. So it's likely going to be a little bit of both.
Trying to determine whether to put on my glove heaters or not. I think I'll leave them off.
Okay, we copy.
All right, I'm in a good spot, and
Okay,
unchanged at 4. Ingress 8 talk, gloves nominal, and the visor is down.
Copy and a half check.
Cap is dry.
Copy. This time, Sophie can give Anil the go to release the final bolt. Same settings, Bravo 7 counter 2, expecting again 27 to 35 turns.
Anil, stand by. Your left paper handle is up. Yes, it is now down, and I confirm the right one is down as well. So you're good config now.
Okay, I suspect
Nicely
I'm
done.
doing that when I'm touching the BRT shoulder joint.
Okay.
Let's just keep an eye on it.
I'll keep an eye. Don't worry. Got you.
Okay, are you in a good position?
I am in a good position. You are go to release the bolt.
Copy, go.
We concur.
5. 10. 16.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are now about an hour and 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is serving as EV1 for today's spacewalk, is currently working to release the final bolt holding the spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna in place on the external stowage platform number 3. Once that bolt is released, they will be able to go ahead and relocate that spare antenna to its new permanent home on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station.
Copy, Bolt 1 is released. You can stow your PGT. And so if you can hold it stable, or you can slide the S-scan slightly to remove from passive FSC pins, or you can wait to do that together.
I'll wait until we're together.
Hey, PGT is stowed. Got a hand on the S-cant. Have control of the S-cant.
Copy, you can slide it slightly toward you to remove from the passive FSE pins.
You ready, Sophie, for this?
I am ready.
Okay. I felt it slide off the pin.
It is released from the FSC.
That's a beautiful sight.
You can see the rear plate is clear.
Is clear, confirmed.
Copy, rear plate is clear.
Do you have controls?
Okay, Sophie, you can get it back into position to maintain clearances.
Okay, in work.
And we heard that the rear plate is clear of the FSE, and it will maintain positive control. And when you guys are ready, you can give M1 the go to GCA to the published ESP3 backoff position.
All right, M1, you have the go for GCA to back off.
1 by 1, I'm not in position for clearances.
Copy, Anil. We'll get set up and we will wait until Sophie's in position before we start moving. We're going to take breaks off now.
Okay. Jessica, just for your awareness, I know we briefed this, but just to repeat, we're going to go super slow so I can make body adjustments and we can potentially pause motion if needed.
Concur, we'll go slow and we'll be ready to listen to any pause you have. And a reminder, you have the grapple fixture just ahead of your head, and then it'll be the WETA behind you and then to your left. Sophie, let us know when you're in position for clearances.
I am in position.
Okay, we copy. Okay, Anil and Sophie, we're starting motion in 3, 2, 1. So we'll be going back to the position you started in.
I see motion, good motion.
I see you leaning forward, that's great.
Scan is clear of FSE.
You're good on clearances, continue leaning forward like this.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now about an hour and 17 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. You can currently see live view outside of the International Space Station of NASA astronaut Anil Menon.
So you can have whatever body position it will work.
Okay, I've got a good solid body position, left hand on agate, right hand choked up on the T handle, feeling stable.
Okay. We're getting close to our final position here.
Copy.
Of NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the space station's robotic arm. He's currently attached to the articulating portable foot restraint.
We'll get set up for the next, which will be the intermediate position, the JOCAS.
All right, if you can just give me the initial movement I'm expecting of my body, I can anticipate and call the 3-2.
Copy.
Sophie, you can begin your translation back towards your green hook, 3217.
Copy inward.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Anil Menon currently in the robotic arm.
That will want you to call us when you are at your green hook location and also when you're passing the NTA where Anil's green hook is located for coordination. And she has started her translation, so Anil, when you're ready, you can give M1 the go to maneuvers to the intermediate through the Z1 back-off position.
Anil, are you happy with the orientation right now of the antenna?
Yeah, I would prefer to reorient it with Sophie's help. It's got a lot of mass, so I think that's the best location to rotate it. But yes, I'm happy. And you go for intermediate to Z1 back off.
This is Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the robotic arm is currently being maneuvered over to the Z1 truss, and he is carrying the spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna. And the view you see now is of the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who is also translating over to that Z1 truss location where the spare S-scan antenna will be installed. The International Space Station is currently in a daytime pass. The International Space Station experiences 16 sunrises and sunsets every day. So throughout today's spacewalk, they will go through several sunrises and sunsets. Right now, the International Space Station is traveling about 260 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean.
This is going to be taking you body out, so basically backwards and a little bit right and down.
Body backwards, copy, okay.
Going up to that station zenith intermediate position.
Thank you.
We're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
See motion. Good motion.
Arriving at my green hook location.
Copy, Sophie.
Nil, we'll switch to course for the rest of the maneuver if you're comfortable.
I can handle 33% more speed.
All right, here it comes.
Now we're talking.
Audio check complete. Resuming translation.
Copy, Sophie. And Sophie, thank you for the status calls. We did turn your HECA off for a little while to let it cool down. So if you just let us know when you're passing the NTA.
Okay, NTA report.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now an hour and 23 minutes into today's spacewalk. There in the upper left corner of your screen, you can see the space station's robotic arm. That robotic arm being maneuvered by the crew on board the International Space Station, which is why you can hear the voice of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir from inside the space station, providing updates on the robotic arm's position and speed. And there you can see NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm in an articulating portable foot restraint, and he is also carrying the spare ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna. The spare ESCANT began over at the ESP-3, or External Stowage Platform 3, which was on the Port 3 truss of the International Space Station. It was the only spare that was left on board the space station, and now it is being maneuvered.
First you take out or later?
And Sophie, we have it later, but you're always welcome to tap that on the way in and report it.
Okay, 2 taps on the port one.
Copy,
and arriving at the NTA.
Copy, and we've got a good camera view of you. So you'll keep moving inboard and go down the cedar rail. Reminder, the cedar rail is at mile marker 7200, and you're going to go retrieve the ORU bag from the airlock toolboxes.
Okay.
Sophie, as you come down to the airlock, just a reminder that Anil's tether is going to be strung down there, so just keep awareness of it and let us know if you have any issues or need to fair lead it.
I see there will be some issue. It's okay, it's going to be close to the airlock.
Copy, and we're heading into a handover. See you on the other side.
Okay.
Sophie, run.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're currently in a brief but expected handover between satellites for the tracking and data relay satellite system. We do expect to regain those views here shortly. Currently, NASA astronaut Anil Menon is attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm and being maneuvered over to the Z1 truss, where he will be meeting ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who is manually translating over there for the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna.
Back with you after the handover.
Okay. I'm at the toolbox for retrieval of the bag.
Copy, good words.
Friendly reminder, it's stacked down in 2 places.
I see it. Thank you.
No, we are ready to bring you to the next position. If you're ready, you're going to be moving body in and down and a little bit right. Are you ready for that maneuver?
I'm ready. Your go for Z1 back off.
Okay, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion. Good motion. Control.
This is Mission Control Houston. There you're getting a good view of
TCV settings. 5.
Copy TCV 5 for EV2.
a good view of that space station robotic arm as the crew inside the International Space Station continues to maneuver NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is attached to an articulating portable foot restraint on the end of the robotic arm. He's being maneuvered over to the Z1 truss, and that will be the final location for the installation of the spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna. Once NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who today again is serving as EV1 for the spacewalk in the suit with the red stripes, meets up with ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who's serving as EV2, they will begin the process to install that spare antenna, which will begin with a boom insert cleaning and lubrication process. So they will be seating and installing the antenna onto the boom. They will also remove 2 gimbal locks and then install a thermal cover. The entire installation process on the boom also includes the hookup of cables and various connections. So again, you will continue to hear a lot about bolts and the pistol grip tool, which is the PGT, basically a space station power tool that is used to bolt and unbolt a variety of bolts and connectors on equipment outside of the space station. And you'll also hear about gimbal lock bolts, which are bolts that were used to release the spare antenna from the stowage location on the external stowage platform number 3, as well as bolts to install the antenna to its new location on the Z1 truss.
And Jessica, I've got good clearances to the boom and the failed antenna.
Copy. Ramping out, Anil.
Copy.
And Anil, this is where we talked about whether or not you're going to start reorienting.
I am going to give it a try. Are you doing brakes on here?
Negative, that's not in the plan, but we can if you need it.
I don't think it matters. This is a hold point, correct? Well, Sophie gets up there.
And this is the Z1 back off position.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, and
Just a
Anil,
reminder, I will attempt a reorientation.
yeah, and Anil, reminder, you'll be here for a little while Sophie does the lubrication, and we are approaching a night pass.
Copy. Thank you, Ann.
And Sophie, when you have a free finger, could you cycle your HECA power, please?
Copy. What? Flag is on the VRT and was about to resume translation and hit is star cycle.
Copy, and copy on the back. So you are go to move to the Z1 work site. You know that translation path well. Forward and up the airlock and out to Z1.
What? And we discussed this. I believe this is okay. I am just triple checking. I have put a ret on the agate handle hole. I'm going to release a ret from the T-handle and do a rotation.
Anil, we are good with that plan. Sophie, for your translation out there, just a cautions associated with Z1. Avoid contact with the SASA, the CMG covers and shells, the heat pipe radiators, the big shiny mirrors, and the tied down S-gant on Z1, please.
Resuming translation.
Okay, and rotation complete. Do you recommend I go back to the T-handle, or is it okay if I leave it on the agate?
And Anil, that is up to you. Yeah, we're good with your choice.
Yeah. Doing great, Sophie. I see you there. Got eyes on you if you need anything.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the...
Tether control and or are you there keeping them clear of everything? You're in a good spot.
Welcome back, Sophie, to the adventures last week. We'll be stowing the ORU bag in between ZH-36 handrail and the lower boom handrail, and you'll be pulling out crew lock bag 4.
Didn't work.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We are currently about an hour and 36 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. There on your screen, you're currently seeing a live view of the helmet cameras for both NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the left-hand side of your screen, who is serving as EV1 today. He is currently attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm, and he is holding onto the spare S-gant, or space-to-ground antenna, which was recently retrieved from the external stowage platform number 3. Anil then was maneuvered over to the Z1 truss, where he is now...
Between 6052 and the boom, this is going to be better.
On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the helmet camera from ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who is serving as EV2 today. She manually translated over to that Z1 truss location, and she's now stowing some of the crew log bag tools and equipment ahead of the installation of the spare SCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, onto that Z1 truss location. You will likely hear them referencing some wipes and toothbrushes and other items.
For me, I have the capability to adjust a little bit if you tell me where you want it.
Copy, we appreciate it. We can see the antenna in your hands, and we have a good view of Sophie and the HEC as well. So where you're at is great. Thank you. And Sophie, for translating on the boom, a reminder to translate slowly on the Z1 boom, avoiding sudden stops or cyclic loading.
Okay.
Again, coming up, you will likely hear them referencing various wipes and tool brushes and other tools, and these will be used to clean and lubricate the boom insert. So as a part of the space-to-ground antenna installation coming up, the crew will be seating and installing the antenna onto the boom, and then they will also remove 2 gimbal locks and install a thermal cover. Additionally, the installation on the boom includes the hookup of cables and other connections. So you will be hearing a lot about bolts, as well as the PGT, or the pistol grip tool, which is the space station's power tool that is used to bolt and unbolt various connectors on equipment outside of the International Space Station. You also heard NASA astronaut Anil Menon calling down to the ground, specifically the ground IV here in Mission Control, who for today is NASA astronaut Ann McLean, referencing his HECA, which is the HD EMU camera assembly, basically the helmet camera that you see views of throughout today's spacewalk. While he is currently attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm, he is looking on at his fellow spacewalker, ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, as she completes some of her tasks, maneuvering over to the Z1 truss and retrieving and stowing various bags and tools in preparation for that boom insert cleaning, lubrication, and installation process.
And nice work getting that stowed in a pretty tricky work site that we left for you. Once you're happy with that bag, we'll be retrieving crew lock bag 4 and tending it up toward the zenith end of the boom.
Copy. And work.
right, nice job with the Matrushka bags. So we'll take crew lock bag 4 up to the end of the boom, and then you're going to be BRTing in a position on the aft port side for toothbrush ops.
Copy, toothbrush ops.
Those cavity creeps.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're seeing a view from the helmet camera of ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot.
And as you get set up, I'm just going to give you some words so you can refine your body position. So right now you're located between bolts 1 and 2. Bolt 1 is on your left. That has the waveguide. Bolt number 2 is on your right, facing aft. We're going to do bolt number 1 second, that starboard one with the waveguide. We're going to be doing that one second, and we're going to want to move from farthest to closest.
Copy.
And Anil, you're doing great playing the part of the mutt ball stack mutt.
I was thinking Statue of Liberty, but I'll take that ball stack mutt.
What do you prefer, to be a toothbrush like me or a mental segment?
Definitely have the hard job.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now about an hour and 46 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, the expected spacewalk time for today is about 6.5 hours. You can see a view of both of the spacewalkers' helmet cameras for today. So on the left-hand side is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, and he continues to be positioned.
Hey, nicely done. So as you know, your first step is going to be to ret to one of those pieces of tape. Actually, first thing I want to do is take a look at those bolt inserts for visible FOD or damage, best effort.
You look great. Don't see any damage. You see them in my hacker?
We do see it in your HECA. Your words will probably be a little more helpful, only for clarity of image, but we hear that you see no FOD or damage.
No further damage.
Copy. You can now take your MWS RET to one of the tape covers, and you'll be relocating that from the crew lock bag door to the waveguide interface place. You're going to make sure that the adhesive gets all the way pressed down and that the tape cover is not directly touching that interface and that you are not blocking access to the agate bolts. While you work that, I'm going to read you a couple of cautions. We want to avoid suit or glove or tool contact with the waveguide interface. We want to avoid getting any grease on gloves or tools or anything other than where we want it to be. And we're going to wipe any excess grease or FOD away from the waveguide.
Once it's on the waveguide, can I remove my red, or do you want me to remove my red? It seems to be sticking well.
Yes, once it's stuck down, you can remove that red.
Didn't work.
And once released, you can then retrieve the cap keeper from the crew lock bag that has the EV wipes and toothbrushes.
North.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're currently seeing live views of both of the helmet cameras for NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the left-hand side of your screen and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot on the right-hand side of your screen.
Copy. You can retrieve the AT with the EVA dry wet wipes from the crew lock bag, and you release the Velcro on the wet wipe.
Okay.
And you're going to continue to hear the ground IV, which for today is NASA astronaut Anne McClain here on the ground communicating with the spacewalkers outside the International Space Station. Right now, ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot is working through some steps in preparation to clean and lubricate the boom insert before the S-GANT can be installed. Again, the S-GANT is the spare space-to-ground antenna.
Okay, see with the wet wipe and the toothbrush, we're going to start with bolt number 3 forward. You're going to insert the toothbrush into the wet wipe and
didn't work.
Copy. And a reminder, we just want to go around the entire circumference of the bolt, applying grease, including the first 2 to 3 threads. And we will take your words on grease transfer.
Sensor nominal. No sound on the toothbrush.
Okay, copy. That's good words. We understand that grease transferred nominally into bolt 3. So you can reposition, if you need to, for access to bolt 1. This is the one next to the waveguides. This is our most important bolt. And you can do that same maneuver, inserting the toothbrush into the wet wipe to get a small amount of grease, and then wiping the toothbrush around the entire circumference of the bolt insert, applying grease, and cleaning the first 2 to 3 threads.
Copy inward, bolt on number 1.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Again, ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who you can see a helmet camera view from on the right-hand side of your screen, is currently working to lubricate the bolt inserts on the boom for preparation of the S-GAN or space-to-ground antenna installation. She is using a toothbrush to transfer grease from a wet wipe, and that toothbrush on the right-hand side of your screen, and then the grease is and the wet wipe was on the left-hand side of your screen there to transfer that grease and lubricate those bolt inserts in preparation for further installation.
That's nominal. No sound on the toothbrush.
Copy. No thought on the toothbrush, and bolt number 1 is nominal. Nicely done. We will now go to agate bolt number 4 on the starboard side between the 2 NZGLs and do the same maneuver, and we'll take your words on grease and FOD when you're done.
Inward, bolt number 4 starboard.
And again, this is Mission Control Houston. ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot there on your screen, continuing to grease the bolt inserts on the boom for the installation of the spare S-scan antenna. Sophie Adenot is serving as EV2 for today's spacewalk, and then NASA astronaut Anil Menon is serving as EV1. While Sophie completes this lubrication task, Anil Menon is still situated on the end of the space station's robotic arm.
After the toothbrush and up nominal.
Copy for bolt number 4. And final bolt will be agate bolt number 2 on the aft side. Same maneuver. Thank you.
Bolt number 2 aft side. Nominal and no FUD.
Okay, copy for bolt number 2. At this time, we're gonna talk a little bit about that grease transfer. So what we'll take from you is if you can do a HECA scan and look to see if there is any excess grease anywhere, including the upper boom surface, your suit, or any surrounding hardware.
Okay. There is none on my suit. There's a tiny bit on the surface, which I'm going to clean right away with the dry wipe that's containing toothbrush number 1, so that it will contain toothbrush number 1.
Okay, we copy and reminder that dabs pick up the grease the best, and to keep that away from the waveguide.
Copy, away from the waveguide.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now about an hour and 56 minutes into today's spacewalk. Currently on your screen, you can see a HECA view, or helmet camera view, from ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot. She is wrapping up some lubrication tasks.
And I'm ready to put the toothbrush inside its wipe.
Okay, we agree. You can stow the toothbrush in the wipe, and then you'll be stowing the cap keeper back in the crew lock bag, and the AET with the wipes back in the crew lock bag. Very nicely done.
Thank you, it worked.
And Sophie is now cleaning up the workstation where she was lubricating the bolt inserts on the boom, which will be used momentarily for the installation of the spare S-scan, or space-to-ground antenna. She was ensuring that there was no excess grease left behind following that activity, and now she's cleaning up all of those various items, including the toothbrush that was used for that lubrication, and putting it into the crew lock bag where it will be stored for the remainder of today's spacewalk. Once that's complete.
And Sophie, your choice after this, your next step is going to be to put the tape cover back. So if you have an extra ret that's inside the bag or on the cap keeper, you're welcome to grab it now. Otherwise, we'll do the same transfer that we did before with your MWS ret.
Okay.
And once Sophie finishes cleaning up that work site and putting everything into that crew lock bag, she will then begin to get into position to install the spare space-to-ground antenna. And currently that spare space-to-ground antenna, or SCANT, is being held by NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who is on the end of the space station's robotic arm. Once Sophie does get into position for that installation, then both Sophie and Anil will work together to complete that installation. As part of that installation, the crew will be seating and installing the antenna onto the boom, and they will also complete some hookups of cables and various connections. And they will.
Tape is on the cap keeper.
Copy, tape is on the cap keeper. As you get that garage sale back in the bag, I've got some 2-hour consumables for you guys. We are just coming up on 2 hours. Which means that we are ahead of the timeline. You guys are working very efficiently, thank you. And we are battery limited to 755 on EV1, so we've got plenty of time.
One copy.
Copies.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You did just hear the ground IV, who today is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, call up to the spacewalkers for today. Again, NASA astronaut Anil Menon as EV1 and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot as EV2. They were reporting on some of the consumable numbers, specifically referencing the battery life left on one of the spacesuits. And so the official start of a spacewalk is marked by when those spacesuits are turned to internal battery power. So we're now just at 2 hours into today's spacewalk, with those suits being switched to battery power at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. And the teams here on the ground were reporting that we are a bit ahead of schedule for today's spacewalk tasks, and they are looking good on the remaining consumables and battery life on both of the spacesuits.
We're about 20 seconds from a handover. So we got a good HECA scan already, so we'll take a glove and a half check that I'll get from you on the other side of the handover, but you can get in a position for the spare scan install, which will continue in right after handover.
Okay.
In the handover right now, guys, looking great out there. We're psyched to see you looking ahead of the schedule.
Thanks, Jessica. Jack.
Okay.
We're back with you after the handover, ready for the glove and hat check for Sophie.
Try glove nominal.
Copy nominal. When you are in a good position for the spare S-scan install, then we can have Anil work with M1. So let us know when you're in a good position. We do not have camera views at the moment.
Okay.
And you will want to be on the port side of the boom looking at bolt 1.
North.
As we start thinking about getting ready for this maneuver, you are good with your final orientation before you move in?
I've got in the right, correct orientation. Be firm.
Okay, and just a reminder, when we do start this motion, it'll be just a body in for you.
Copy, body in.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, we're about 2 hours and 4 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Your visor may have slipped down a little.
Yeah, it's okay. It's actually that I did not put it back.
And for both, be advised we're about 8 to 10 minutes from sunrise.
Copy.
Can't wait.
All right, I'm in a good body position.
Okay. I take that as the opportunity to chat with Jessica. Do you agree?
Welcome.
All right, Jessica. Copy.
We've got you loud and clear. We're ready to bring you body in.
Okay, I am go for that. I will be doing clearances from the boom as primary.
Okay, yeah, we concur. We'll rely on your clearances from the boom, and if you need to hand over to Sophie for the clearance for the S-scan and the boom, let us know.
Will do. Sophie, I'll make that very clear. And on go.
Okay, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Motion, and it's good motion.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you are seeing a view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Anil Menon. He is currently holding on to that spare S-scan or space-to-ground antenna, and he is being maneuvered into position by the crew inside the International Space Station, who is manning the robotic arm. Anil is currently strapped into the articulating portable foot restraint of the robotic arm, and he is being moved into place to meet up with ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, who you can see there on your screen, in order to install that spare antenna onto the Z1 truss of the International Space Station, where it will make its permanent home.
40 centimeters remaining.
Shouldn't have an issue with that 40 centimeters.
25.
Continue. Okay, good clearance.
Okay, Anil ramped out, and this is the published position.
I could take 10 centimeters body in.
Okay, copy, 10 centimeters body in. This is also where we talked before about whether or not you need to be feet down. We'll just bring your body in for now. You can think about it. Starting body in 3, 2, 1.
Reminder, we'll need an inspection before those surfaces are mated.
Good inspection.
Motion.
This is 15 centimeters. That was 10 centimeters. We can bring you 15 more if desired.
Thinking. Let's go 10 more.
Copy. Starting motion 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's 10.
GCA complete.
Copy. GCA complete. Stand by for brakes. Brakes are on. Your go for S-scan install at Z1.
Okay, Sophie, I've got gross motor control. You've got...
Okay, I've got fine motor control. So you're...
Okay,
was there more?
And for Sophie, if we can get an inspection of the S-scan and boom interfaces, looking at the alignment pins, waveguides, and no FOD or obstruction.
Inspection complete. Looks good.
Copy. You can fully seat the S-scan on the Z1 boom using the alignment pins. Reminder that max load onto the S-scan while on the boom is 45 pounds or 20 kilograms. And minimize all loads above the S-scan gimbals.
You rotate clockwise.
Rotating clockwise.
You have control.
I have control.
Need to slightly adjust body position again.
Okay.
Rotating clockwise.
Clockwise.
Your rotation.
Speed.
Continue rotating clockwise.
Continuing. Soft.
And we see that in SoftGot. Reminder now we are going to manually drive the S-scan bolts at the initial bolts 2 to 3 turns. You can do that with your hands, the palm wheel, or the ERAD as we talked about. Your choice, and we can go in any order for initial turns.
Can you release? Well, I have control.
You have control.
Can you release the ret that's right in front of you?
No, I need to put first a ret on it.
I've got a ret on the T-handle. So I've got 2 rets on the S-scan right now.
Copy.
If you release that, I will have a ret on it.
Copy.
I can probably give you some slack if that helps.
Didn't work. It's released.
I'll just send it back to my MWS, okay? And if you get control, I will get the ERAD.
Yeah, I'm just trying. Yeah, okay. The ERAD has control.
You have control. I'm going to take a look as well. You know, that's going to be hard to do a hand start. We'll go with the ERAD.
And understand we're going for the ERAD.
Confirm.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot are continuing on today's spacewalk, about 2 hours and 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. They are currently working together to complete the installation of the spare S-scan, or space-to-ground antenna, on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They began that process by fully seating the S-scan onto the Z1 boom. There were 5 alignment pins that they had to line up.
Yes.
Okay.
And then once those pins were lined up, they moved into the process to begin driving the S-scan bolts. So that is what will begin here shortly. There are 4 different bolts that will be holding the spare space-to-ground antenna into place once complete.
What's your right when you're
See it.
and what's also when you're removing your PTT, the IRS plate?
I see it. Thanks. Today.
As you get that set up, just one reminder as we count turns on the ERAD that the PGT and the socket will have different turns, so please clarify which end the turns are actually being counted on. We prefer socket, but we know that sometimes you can only see the PGT, and that's fine too.
Okay, the 6 inches off on a 15, good pull test.
Copy.
ERAD is on, good pull test.
Copy, ERAD and pull test. Your PGT settings for these initial turns are going to be alpha 1, clockwise 2, alpha 1, clockwise 2.
I'm just copying alpha 1, clockwise 2. I'll let you know when it's set.
Copy.
Thanks for holding that, Sophie.
Good.
I'm good. Alpha 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Copy, Alpha 1 clockwise 2. You are go to drive all 4 SCANT bolts, 2 to 3 turns for the initial, and just let us know exactly how many turns you get.
Marianne, I have to recal. I'll circle back in 1 second.
Copy on the cal, and let us know if you need any steps.
We're good. Got a good cal, 40 volts.
Just mindful of your ret, the key handle.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2, is it pulling you?
Yeah, a tiny bit.
Okay. Okay, I've got Alpha 1, clockwise 2 set.
Copy, Alpha 1 clockwise 2 set. You're go to drive.
And, okay.
I cannot see of number 4.
Okay, I'm going to start with bolt 4. Can you remind me how many turns I'm putting in bolt 4?
2 to 3 turns on bolt 4.
Okay.
Okay, I can see bolt 4. Okay. Mindful of the tool, the antenna.
Okay, I'm going to do the... Okay, I got it. I'm going to do the count.
Copy, you do the count.
Two turns, bolt 4.
Copy, 2 turns, bolt 4.
Sorry, and let's retract that. I thought I got 3 turns. I didn't have enough downward pressure on the bolt, so I'm going to go back with more downward pressure.
Copy, so understand no turns yet on bolt 4.
0 turns, exactly. Yeah.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 2 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk. The crew is currently working.
Alpha 1, it does not turn bolt 4. So I'm going to try, if you agree, bolt 2. Maybe I'll have more luck there.
Copy. Copy, and with Sophie, you can also make little micro adjustments to minimize side loading on the bolts. And we're good for you to try any other bolt.
The antenna is flush, and I'm working hard to stabilize this. Sorry.
One thing we
This is Mission Control Houston. We're currently in a brief but expected handover between satellites on the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS, and we do expect to regain those views and communications with the crew on board and outside the International Space Station here shortly. Currently outside the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot.
For a moment, and then I'm going to take control, and then I'm going to let you do a rep, okay?
Okay.
Back with you after our handover.
Not sure how much of that you caught, Ann.
We did not catch the status due to handover.
Okay, so plan is I'm going to hold down, I have control, Sophie. I'm going to hold down the S-scan. Sophie's going to ret to it, then I'm going to undo my ret to the T handle, because it's possible that's also adding some challenges in terms of side loading.
Okay, my red is on the
Copy, and we are good with that plan.
So here's a ret to the agate handle. I'm going to go release my key handle ret.
Copy and concur.
And the crew currently outside the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot, are currently working to...
I see it. Done.
All right, so we will try bolt 2.
Copy, and just some words as you try that to verify the alignment, which you could do just by pushing down on the bolt, even if it doesn't turn, but you can push to ensure that it's aligned, and then checking for any side loading, and you may need to increase axial force on the bolt slightly.
The alignment is good. We can see the bolt going down. The surfaces are flush, so minimal side loading. Copy message.
Copy.
Okay, can you count it if I returning it?
Yeah, stand by. Now there's some side loading. Stand by. Realizing. Yep, now time to put some force on it. And I'm counting. Not in.
Oh, I agree.
Oh, we're not in.
It's coming off a little bit. Could be that I'm bumping it with that. So I'm going to try. Now that we have the red, I'm going to try the one in front of me again.
Okay.
Because that's a clean shot.
Okay. I cannot see the bolt.
I can see it. Okay. I believe I got 2 good turns on bolt 4 in front of me.
Well done.
Copy, 2 turns on bolt 4. Nicely done. You're going to move to any other bolt.
We're going to the aft bolt.
This is Mission Control.
Let me try to push this.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're continuing to see views from the HECA or helmet camera.
Copy, 3 turns on aft bolt number 2. One note, if the ret that's on the ERAD, if the ret that is on the ERAD is causing any issues, since that's installed, you are going to remove that.
Yeah, that would be good. I'm going to remove that. Good catch, man. That removed. Okay. Well, and that was 2 turns on the aft bolt. I think I heard 3.
Copy, 2 turns on the aft bolt. So we have 2 turns on starboard and 2 turns on aft.
Stay firm.
I can press on it.
Think so? If you can press on it, we can get this.
I mean, is it going to be, yes, okay. Go for it.
Okay.
Go.
Might be side-loaded. I can see it wanting to turn. It goes. Okay.
Oh, one more house turn. The first house did not go. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. You call the turns on that?
2 turns.
Okay.
Copy 2 turns on forward. Copy 2 turns on forward.
Okay. I need to do mine here.
Yeah, if you can put that on yours.
Yes, and work.
And if possible, this handle gets in your way. I can move the handle if need be.
Yes, let me grab the handle on my side.
Yes. If we can go like that, Sophie.
Let's try. Okay, more towards me. More towards me. It's in. Go ahead.
You're doing the count.
Yes.
Anyone to stop?
It was 2 turns and a half.
Copy 2.5 turns on the port bolt. Very nicely done. We are now going to use EV1's PGT back with a 6-inch wobble for the final torquing on the bolts. We do have EV2's PGT using the ERAD.
Can we?
I think what might work is if I do the final torque with the ERAD and EV1's PGT. Like if we replicate, I guess what I'm thinking is if we replicate what we just did,
yeah,
final torque.
We agree with that plan and stand by for settings. Yes, we are good with that. So you're going to be at Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is set on the PGT. And Sophie, I believe, and I were making all those turn calls at the socket. That wasn't clear.
Okay, and this is where we do want to do bolt number 1 first. So on the Sophie side, but by the waveguide. So bolt number 1, Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and you'll expect 4 to 8 additional turns.
Okay.
How many did you say?
4 to 8 additional.
4 to 8 additional turns.
Turn with it.
I think it needs to go down more on it.
Yeah,
you need me to turn it.
Yeah, but it's not aligned with the bow.
I understand.
Yeah. Got it.
Okay. Need to brace this well.
Yes. And I'm pushing.
And you're going to tell me when to stop and start turns, okay?
Okay.
I'm braced, so just do a countdown and tell me.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Five turns.
Okay. I'm going to check the PGT. Got a green light, 12.1 torque.
green light 12.1 torque, 6 turns for bolt 1.
F5.
You are going to move to bolt number 2 on the aft.
Okay. And that was 5 additional turns.
Copy, 5 additional turns.
The bolt is flush. It's receptacle. It looks nominal here.
Copy, flush. Thank you.
Aligning. Okay, we can press down.
All right, you're counting, Sophie. Let's just repeat that. Rinse and repeat, okay?
All right. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Sit.
It's not flush. So that was 3.5. Again, avoiding side loading.
Okay. Let me just check the...
I feel that... So that was 3.5.
We just did a green light, and we got 12.1 torque on that.
Copy, green light 12.1, 3.5 extra turns on bolt number 2.
I will confirm Sophie's observation, which is...
Bolt is not flush.
1 second, Sophie. I'm going to put my HECA on it, and then if you look at it, there is a lip around the bolt that sticks out of the aluminum cylinder. On Sophie's side, that lip is completely flush with the aluminum cylinder.
Copy, we're talking it.
Good eyes, Sophie.
Anil, does it look like that may be driving a side load?
Gosh, I don't think so. I could try again. Or we could come back to it.
Checking. Okay, and we like your idea of going to the next bolt, so we'll go to bolt 3 forward and try the same maneuver.
Okay, this one you cannot count, right, Sophie?
I can count.
Okay.
10.1. And she's for TCV 3.
Copy, TCV 3 for EV2.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, Soph, and I'll get it going.
So I thought we were doing forward.
Oh, we're doing forward?
Yeah.
Well, good call.
Did you just ask us forward?
And could you confirm next bolt?
Yep, next bolt is bolt number 3 forward.
Copy, inward. And I am ready. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
I got a green light, 11.9 torque. How many turns to get, so?
4.5. In observation, the bolt is not completely flush.
We copy, green light 11.9 torque and 4.5 turns.
Confirm.
And
We're checking.
2 millimeters.
And if you could please drive that bolt one more time, please.
got a really good purchase here.
Yep, me too.
And there's no way there's side loading here. And it's got 0 turns, 11.9.
We copy, and you can move to bolt 4 on the starboard side.
I'm going to reposition so that I can count.
I think I can do this one if it's...
I have good view now.
You do? Okay. All right. All right, there's 0 side loading. I'm starting in 3, 2, 1. All right, it's got green light, 12.0 torque.
3 turns.
3 turns.
Copy. 3 turns, 12 torque, green light. Let us talk about that for a sec. Okay, so we're going to talk about the bolts. While we do that, if you can give us a visual inspection of any gaps or misalignment and a wiggle test to see if the S-gant is moving on the boom.
All right, I'll hand that to you, Sophie, to give the verbal.
Okay. Gap and wiggle test is there's no wiggle. It's really stable on the boom.
And if we could do the wiggle test at the T-handle, just to be able to impart a little bit more force.
Sophie?
Let me do that, Sophie. You watch, and
I watch. Okay, stand by, stop. Yes, there was some wiggle. Out. But we came back to nominal, and now there's no gap again. There was about 2 millimeter wiggle at the base.
Okay, that's a good report. We understand there was a wiggle, and it produced a 2 millimeter gap, and then when you put it back, the gap went away.
Yes, agree back.
Copy, and we're going to talk that for a sec.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're 2 hours and 41 minutes into today's spacewalk.
We think Bolt 1 is fully installed, so we are going to have you increase your PGT setting to Bravo 4, clockwise 2, and we will go in order and hit Bolt 2, 3, and 4. So that is Bolt 2 aft is starting, Bravo 4, clockwise 2.
Bravo 4, clockwise 2 set. And we're hitting aft, Bolt 2.
Good feedback.
The crew is currently working to complete installation of the spare S-gant.
Okay, I've got good bracing. Sure there's no side loading. Starting in 3, 2, 1.
They are using what is known as a PGT or pistol grip tool, which you can see there on your screen.
And on the PGT, green light, 19 point, I'm having trouble reading the tiny digit.
Copy, 19 torque, 3/4 turn, green light for bolt number 2.
Stay firm.
Checking.
Not fully flush yet.
Copy, checking. And let's go ahead and hit that bolt one more time. Same settings.
Same settings. Facing. I'm ready, Sophie.
3, 2, 1, go.
Turn it all.
Oh, 0 time.
All right, 20, green light, 20.2. Still turning.
Copy, 20.2, green light, no additional turns. Checking. Okay, we like that torque, so we're going to move on to bolt number 3, forward.
Okay, you got that part embraced.
Yep.
Give me the count.
3, 2, 1, go. Try again.
We'll do it. That's looking good.
Woo! Haha! 3 and 3.2 turns.
Green light, 19.2 torque.
And the bolt is flush.
Copy, bolt flush, 3.2 turns, 19.2 torque, and a green light. Checking. Okay, we like that. You can move to bolt 4, starboard. Same thing.
Bolt 4, starboard.
Is it a hand to press it?
I think not.
Okay.
I think this one's like in front of me.
I can count.
Okay, you're gonna count.
Copy.
I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna go one more time, Sophie.
Copy, you go.
20.3, green light. How many turns did you see there?
1.
We copy 1 turn, green light, 20.3 torque on bolt 4, starboard. Checking.
And just FYI, 2 and 4 are not flush.
Copy, 2 and 4 are not flush. While we talk that, we'll take another wiggle test, please.
A wiggle. And no gap.
Copy, no wiggle, no gap, and we are talking it.
Stand by. I see a 1 millimeter, half a millimeter wiggle on just this side between bolts 2 and 4.
Copy, between bolts 2 and 4 on the starboard aft side, you're seeing a millimeter gap during the wiggle test.
Yeah, half a millimeter.
Copy, and we're checking. Okay, nice work on those. Our plan right now is to move on to the NVGLs, and we're likely to come back and hit these bolts again. So we want to stow the equipment, but it's okay if you leave some things set up. We're going to do the NZGLs and then come back to bolts.
1 copy.
2 copies.
And Sophie, can you cycle your HECA button, please?
Okay. Green light. Am I going to release the red or on the
Checking.
on the gate handle?
You are go to release the red.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now 2 hours and 49 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time. NASA astronaut Anil Menon and ESA astronaut Sophie Adenot are currently completing the installation of the spare ESCANT, or space-to-ground antenna, on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They were recently working on some bolts. There are 4 bolts that they had to manually drive in order to attach the ESCANT to the space station's truss. They were using what is known as a pistol grip tool, or PGT, to install those bolts. And now they are going to move on to some additional tasks for that installation, including mating some cables and other connections. So the ESCANT was seated and installed on a boom, and those bolts were installed. Now the hookup of cables and connections will mostly complete that installation, but then there will be some verification here on the ground, and they may have to go back to those bolts to ensure that they are fully secured.
Good position for help.
And as you get set up, I'll give you a little bit of an overview on the NZGLs, although you're very, very familiar with them. But we're going to be starting with the quarter-turn fasteners, and then we can do the NZGLs in either order. Reminder that this small one is the power one, so that's a minimum of what we want, but we can do them in any order.
Can I do simultaneous up?
And am I go to start on the quarter turns?
Yes, you can release the quarter-turn fasteners from the cable harnesses. Remember, there's 5.
Copy 5.
Sophie, if you're in a position to get the cap from a boom connector, you're go to remove the cap from the boom connector.
Okay, work.
The quarter turns are off. I'm ready to the cap on J1.
Copy quarter turns, and you are go to remove the cap from J1 boom connector. Once you have the boom connector cap removed, then you'll be demating the ESCANT cable from the dummy receptacle P4J6.
A6 is demated. After center.
Copy, and inspection of FOD pins in EMI band.
It's right there. The pins, no FOD, good EMI. I'm checking the receptacle too. For the jack, that is.
Good words.
Jack, no FOD, and the sockets or it looks good.
Copy. You can mate P4 to J1 on the boom.
Good work. You know what? I've never been more happy to tell you that it is forward over center mated.
We love it. Happy people all around. Let's go for a repeat. You can now install the cap on the J6 dummy receptacle, and then we'll move to the J2 boom connector cap.
Copy. And so I am ready to the J2 connector cap, but it requires an enormous amount of force to demate, to rotate. So I tried, Anil, after when you're done with it, maybe you can give it a try as well.
That's my specialty.
Yeah. The other way?
That would help.
Yeah. So we have this. Yeah, get it.
And Anil, sorry if I missed it. We got the cap on the J6 dummy receptacle.
I cannot put that back. That cap is on, and it's locked.
Copy on and locked on the cap. Thank you.
Hold on.
All right, the plug is demated. I got a good vantage on the pins there, Sophie. I don't see any FOD. I know this was a hard one, so I'm taking a good hard look, and I don't see that spring aspect to it. It looks like a clean back.
Okay, good inspection. You can demate P5 from J7 and do the same inspection on that side.
I'll pass this back to you, Sophie.
Yeah, I see it. Okay. Oh, wow.
Teamwork, mate. Teamwork.
Yeah.
High five.
High five.
High fives from here, too. And we'll take the inspection.
Okay. Demated, good pins, no FOD, good EMI, and then I'm looking in dummy receptacles, and it also looks nominal, no FOD. Like black lines around the ring. That's it.
I think it looks nominal. I can see what I can see from here. Looks nominal.
Okay, and you are going to mate P5 to J2.
Push it.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Are you flush on your side?
No, I am not.
Okay, so start again. Remove.
Remove. Okay.
Now, go. No, okay. No. It's flush on my side, but not on yours, so you might...
I think we're off on the angle, aren't we? How about this? What do you think?
This is good. This is perfect.
You think this is good?
Yeah, this is well.
Okay. Flush on my side. How about yours?
No, it's not flush on my side. Okay, so let's try again.
Okay. Get it right sooner or later.
Yeah, that's good. It's 2 millimeters on my side.
2 millimeters on my side.
Copy. Pushing. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, flush on my side.
Not flush on my side.
Oh. Okay. I think we can do this. Let's give it a couple more tries like this. I think if we just...
Yes, agree.
We're just kind of like off in terms of just our alignment. I think I hit it. Okay, so if I'm looking on this side, I see about 2 millimeters. How about you?
I see 4. So
4. So maybe like that?
I see 2.
Okay, I see maybe like 3.
3, yeah.
Okay, so why don't you do a direct center, push back.
See?
I've got a good purchase, so if you can hold stable.
Okay, I'm holding stable.
Sorry for the grunting. And, all right, I've got mine flush on this side.
No, it's not. Mine is 3 millimeters.
Okay, Ann, we're going to relay it to you what's going on, and in case you guys have some troubleshooting, I don't think it's a big problem, and then we will offer a suggestion, but what we're trying to do is set it in, and on the slide back, we keep getting one side flush and one side not flush, and it could be that we just don't have like a direct push-in center, because we're both offset a little bit. So my next thought is to just GCA head like station aft, where I can get like a direct orthogonal push on it. I'm open to other ideas, and we'll be quiet.
Yeah, we're checking that right now. Okay, we're just talking a little bit about a roll. It looks like maybe what you're doing right now. So if you can kind of wiggle it while rolling it in to try to get it flush on both sides.
I understand the strategy. It was kind of like working.
Copy, and we've got about
2 millimeters.
Coming up on handover. See you on the other side.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're currently in a brief but expected handover between the satellites for the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. We do expect to get those views and comms with the crew back shortly. In the meantime, we are about 3 hours and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:27 a.m. Central, 8:27 a.m. Eastern Time, and the crew is continuing the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. They have already installed the bolts and are working on some cable connections.
So we don't have video quite yet.
Are you flush on your side?
No, 1 millimeter.
I'm the same. Are you able to roll it a little? It's like a same plane back and forth movement.
No. Move. I think this time it's really well aligned. It just needs a final push.
Yeah, like,
Looks like a
what do you think about the hammer, man?
Yeah, I think it's well aligned.
And so just want to make sure the handle stays fully aft, and then you continue to work it. We have a couple directions we can go. If you think the GCA would give you a little bit more purchase on it, then Stephen's working with the crew inside right now to get you GCA if you need it. We also have the option for the hammer if you think it's just a force thing.
I think it's force in the right direction. So I actually think the hammer is going to work.
Agree.
We are good with you using the hammer to tap that on.
Hey, you want to do it, the honors, Soph? Or do you want me to do it? I have a pretty good position, but...
Yeah, I think you're better, the easy position is going to be better from where you are.
Okie doke. Mind holding this?
I am. Holding it.
Hammers and toothbrushes on one EVA, that's pretty epic.
They're like opposite sides of the spectrum. All right, rubber side, direct in the middle.
Yeah, and I
on the blue line.
That's exactly it. You got it. Go for it.
I'm going to start out really light.
Yeah. It's going in. You got it.
It's flush on this side, too.
Yeah, it's all good.
Trying to send you some Earth joy if you can hear it.
Oh, we got to go forward over center. Oh, thank you. It's awesome. I want to see it go forward over center, though, before I
So do we. Let's do it.
Want to push down?
Yay. Nice job, you guys. All right, back to work. Install the cap on the J7 dummy receptacle. Really nice job with that, you guys. Lots of smiles around here.
Great to hear.
Dummy is installed. Cap is installed on the dummy receptacle.
Copy. The cap is on the J7 dummy receptacle. For both of you guys, again, really excellent work on that. We are going to go back and hit bolts number 2 and 4 again. That's the aft and the starboard. And we'll get the setup with the ERAD and the PGT and let us know when you're ready for settings.
I'm ready for settings. I'll tell you when they're set, but I'm ready to copy.
Okay, we're going to use that Bravo 4 again, Bravo 4 clockwise 2, and just a reminder that's kind of the max that we can put in the bolt. So Bravo 4 clockwise 2 with the ERAD, bolt 2 aft, and bolt 4 starboard.
I'm going to stay here so that I can help her.
Okay, Bravo 4 clockwise 2 is set on the ERAD, and the PGT. Sophie's right in front of that one, so why don't you get it on there?
Yes, it'll work. Okay.
Yeah, you pretty comfortable with that?
I am.
All right, I've got a really good grip.
Okay.
And it could be better. Let me just reposition.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think there's any side loading or anything?
Right now, no. It was good.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Turning?
No. Your turn.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Your turn.
All right, that was another 19.8 green light. We'll try one more time. 3, 2, 1.
Your turn.
Another green light, 19.8.
Green light, 19.8.
Zero turn.
And understand no turns?
Zero turn. Stay firm.
Copy. 0 turns for bolt 2. Checking. Okay, we will take that, and we'll go to bolt number 4, starboard, and do the same thing, please.
Okay, moving to starboard. Thank you, Sophie.
Yep.
Starting in 3, 2, 1.
Your turn.
Your turn, 19.8.
Copy, 19.8 and 0 additional turns on bolt 4, starboard. Checking. As we check this, you guys can start thinking about whether you want to use that ERAD on the gimbal lock bolts, or if we're going to end up swapping. Either is okay with us. And we're checking on the agate bolts. And Anil, if you have a free finger, we'll take a HECA recycle, please.
Recycling. Green light on.
Copy, green light, thank you. And we're still chatting. And you guys can just hang out there. We're still talking these bolts and some of the options because we didn't quite get the full turns that we were looking for.
In the meantime, is there any value in another wiggle test while Sophie's got eyes on the boom?
You can try that. We don't expect there to be any difference, but you can try that while we continue to talk. Thanks.
Yep, I have good eyes on it. Okay, oh, I agree. There's a 1 millimeter gap. Same as you described on this side.
Okay, and we have the next plan when you are ready.
Ready.
Ready?
Okay, we are going to use the ERAD with Bravo 4, so same settings, and we're going to hit bolt 1, 2, and 4. That's bolt 1, 2, 4. So that's 1 on Sophie's side. On the on the port side, bolt number 1 first.
Bolt 1. Can you just reposition?
Yeah, take your time. And once you're set, I'll give you head of the ERAD, and we'll do the same thing.
Position. Turn more towards me if you can. Bring head towards me.
The head towards you.
Yeah, that's good. Good. Good position.
Good position.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to brace really hard.
Yes.
And I'm going to start in 3, 2, 1.
Out the turn.
Oh, wow.
Copy.
Can you look at the PCT and read the... I can't see it.
It's a green light, out the turn, 19.2.
19.2, half of a turn on bolt 1. Nice job. So we can go to bolt number 2 on the aft.
Can you remove the PCT? Okay, we're going aft.
Good work. Bolt number 2 aft.
You want to take the handle, maybe? Or position.
Hey, 3, 2, 1.
Punch you turn.
19.8. Green light.
Wait, I want to try again. I think there was some side loading. I think now it's better. So go now. 3, 2, 1, go.
19.8. Green light. No turns, would you say?
Thank you, turn.
0.2.
And heard 0.2 turns, 19.8 torque, green light for bolt number 2.
Daytime.
Checking. And Neil, can you report on the bolt being flush?
It is not flush. There's a 1.5 millimeter bit that is outside of this aluminum receptacle.
Checking. Okay, what we're thinking is using the T-handle to impart a little bit of force to close that gap and then try the driving again. So if you can somehow manipulate to impart the force to reduce that gap with your fourth hand.
I like this. Okay, you got that, Sophie?
I got that.
All right, I'm imparting force. Got a green light, 19.4. Your turn?
No, 0 turn.
Let's try that one more time.
Okay.
I've really got a good way of doing this.
Your turn.
Okay, 19.4. I had some good, solid pressure towards that.
Okay, we monitored no turns. We're checking. Okay, and we'd like to go to...
For your information, there is no gap between the surface, the top of the boom.
Okay, we understand no gap. So we'll go to bolt number 4 and try that same thing on the starboard side.
On starboard.
And if you think that would help to use the T-handle to manipulate it while you do the bolt, you can.
Yeah, I'm pressing.
Did you turn it all?
0 turn.
One more time with more pressure. 0. And I got some really good pressure in the direction of bolt 4. I'm super confident about what I was able to put into the T-handle. I got 0 turns, and 19.7 torque, green light.
Copy 19.70 turns with good pressure. We're talking.
Okay, I feel like there's less movement.
I agree. There's less gap in the wiggle test.
So yeah, we would like
wiggle,
to. Okay.
I think it's gone down.